Chapter 269. Time passed bit by bit. Wang Ruiqing didn't lie. She said it would only take 10 days. The 3 weapons were all at the peak of the 8th grade, withdrawing the extreme Yin saber and sword. Jiang Changkong held onto the blazing sun saber and felt the terrifying power contained within. If the energy in the blade was drawn out, it would be enough to kill a peak astral spirit. Even with his strength, it could increase it by 30%. There was no need to talk about the lunar saber sword. Its amplification was stronger than this saber. Jiang Changkong continued to study the star language and translate the information in his mind. 3 months passed just like that. Many people called and sent him messages, but he didn't reply to any of them. 3 families looked for him. Hua, Qinglan, and Shanha, and the others all called him. However, the one who looked for him the most wasn't those people, but Liang Qiushhuani. Because he hadn't returned for so long, Liang Qiushhuani threatened him with a small mine and asked if he still wanted it. Jiang Changkong ignored them. He couldn't go to the void realm before learning the star language. In those 3 months, he finally learned all the star language and could use it proficiently. The information in his mind was also translated. The information was Power Pattern Battle Body, Moon Battle Body, and Sun Battle Body. The 3 great battle bodies combined to form an extreme battle body. When the 3 great battle bodies were cultivated to the extreme, they could all become immortals. When the 3 great battle bodies combined, it would be even stronger. The combination of yin and yang, with power as the main, returned to the origin and become immortal. The 3 palaces corresponded to the cultivation methods of the 3 great battle bodies. The 9 floors of the complete 3 palaces corresponded to the advanced, peak, and immortal divine bodies above the peak. What he obtained could only be considered half of the advanced star arrays and only half of the peak ones. The remaining half was stored on the 9th floor with the immortal divine bodies. The true gods were all there for the 3 immortal divine bodies. They obtained their respective battle bodies. Jiang Changkong didn't know if any of them became immortals. He only knew that more than 100 people died in the battle palace. The 3 great battle bodies could be divided into 3 battle bodies, which combined to become the strongest. However, there was a condition. The 3 great battle bodies could only be combined when they reached the level of a god. 3 great battle bodies, although I don't believe in the strongest. Jiang Changkong was deep in thought. What ultimate? Of course, it was his own ultimate. After stepping into the celestial body realm, one would condense a celestial body, also known as a celestial body. Either he found the method to condense the extreme yin and extreme yang celestial bodies, or he leveled up by himself. Moreover, this fusion had to be close to the god level. To hell with it. It was more reliable to level up by himself. What really caught his attention was a piece of information. Force Pattern Battle Body. After reaching the near god level, one's physical body would be immortal. The person died, but the body didn't die, and the power didn't disappear. This was the reason why the power mark could still roar. The person died, but the body didn't. Jiang Changkong was very glad that he was also a body refinement cultivator. They also didn't provoke the corpse. Otherwise, he might have seen what a star-shattering fist was. As for the star rune in the star embryo, he also understood its use. It could speed up the condensation of the power rune battle physique, and in the future it could speed up the transformation of the battle physique, all the way until it was near the deity level. Apart from that, it had no other use. After understanding this information, Jiang Changkong immediately left the abyss and headed to the surface to make a breakthrough. After finding a secluded place, Jiang Changkong started to level up. He first raised all his martial arts and array, Tao, to the star embryo perfection. The star embryo perfection, and there was another power mark, a total of 7. Then he stepped into the celestial body. Celestial body martial artist, the star embryo, and the body fused, forming a special physique. Inside the 8-star gate, Jiang Changkong's star embryo absorbed endless star power and swelled up. The star embryo swelled up rapidly and directly stepped out of the stargate. As it swelled up, it also became faint. The power mark on the surface of his body trembled violently, and the celestial body appeared, swallowing the power of the star embryo. Then the star embryo erupted with all kinds of light, such as extreme yin, extreme yang, formless tyrant blade, and pale white clouds. There was also the formless, God-governing art, yin-yang tai chi, and all kinds of power erupting from the star embryo. The God-governing art and tyrant blade celestial body could make his body transparent, turning into an invisible energy body. The power marks on Jiang Changkong's body disappeared, and new lines appeared. Countless lines intertwined on his whole body, forming a star array and condensing a special physique. In his mind, there were also star arrays related to the 6 martial arts. The 3 Zhang golden body belonged to the power rune star array and did not need to be condensed again. The 6 martial arts kept flashing on his body, interweaving into a star formation. Bright moon celestial body, sacred sun celestial body, white cloud celestial body, imperial god celestial body, overlord saber celestial body, tai chi celestial body. It was a celestial body formed according to the cultivation method, and it was a perfect fit for him. There was no fusion as he had imagined, but he could change his celestial body at will. As long as he didn't expose it, no one would be able to discover it. By relying on the Tai Chi Yin-Yang art and the ability to split Yin and Yang, he could use 3 celestial bodies at the same time, one of which was the Tai Chi celestial body. 6 celestial bodies condensed. This time, there was no one to help. Jiang Changkong could only let the celestial bodies condense as he meditated. In the outside world, the 6 martial arts manifested. With Jiang Changkong as the center, the 6-star array spread out, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. The star demon had unintentionally barged in and was instantly killed. Fortunately, he had chosen a deserted place. Otherwise, there would have been many casualties. The gap between the advanced and the advanced was just too great. As the star embryo fused with his body, the power pattern on the star embryo's forehead also appeared between his brows. Fortunately, the power pattern could be hidden with a thought, and it didn't even consume astral power. Just like that, 3 days passed. The changes in Jiang Changkong's body finally stopped. Every corner of his body was filled with surging astral power and formed special patterns. With a thought, Jiang Changkong rapidly shrunk. Then, with another thought, he began to grow bigger. Of course, there was a limit to the size of 100 meters, and his strength wouldn't become stronger or weaker. If he shrank, he would at most be the size of a fist, and it wouldn't become weaker or weaker. Then he looked at his own data. Jiang Changkong, early stage of astral body high rank, mid-grade martial arts, 3 Zhang golden body, rudimentary 1/20000 Tai Chi Yin Yang art, rudimentary 1/20000 tyrant blade, rudimentary 1/20000 holy sun art, rudimentary 1/20000 god, controlling art, rudimentary 1/20000 bright moon art, rudimentary 1/20000 white cloud ninefold sutra, rudimentary 1/20000 high rank, mid-grade array art, battle body star formation, incomplete rudimentary 1/20000 essence, energy and spirit, 11656-115 for Jiang. Changkong did not hesitate to continue leveling up with the remaining 10 million or so. Jiang Changkong, mid-stage of astral body high rank, mid-grade martial arts, 3 Zhang golden body, rudimentary 1/1200000 Tai Chi Yin Yang art, rudimentary 1/1200000 tyrant blade, rudimentary 1/1200000 holy sun art, rudimentary 1/1200000 god, controlling art, rudimentary 1/1200000 bright moon art, Rudimentary 1/120000, White Cloud Ninefold Sutra. Rudimentary 1/120000, High Rank Mid-Grade Array Art. Battle Body Star Formation, Incomplete, Rudimentary 1/120000, Essence. Energy and Spirit, 10056-115 for inch. That's enough for me to reach the late stage of astral body. Jiang Changkong heaved a sigh and chose to upgrade. The astral power in his body surged again, and the star formation patterns on his body became more complicated. His understanding of the star array also increased in his mind. The improvement of the force pattern battle diagram gave him a better understanding of the star formation in his mind. After reaching the late stage of the astral body, his strength changed dramatically again. He could beat Yao Qing, who was at the peak of the astral body stage. As for Hua Qinglan, he wasn't sure if she would spar with her now that she had a way to get close to God level. Jiang Changkong's figure flashed and transformed into a small sun. The Holy Sun astral body was activated and the astral patterns kept flowing on the surface of his body. Jiang Changkong looked at the data and saw that it was shaking, but it was just shaking. No wonder. This is really cultivation, but the progress is very slow. Jiang Changkong was sure that if he maintained this state, the astral patterns would continue to flow, refining his body and increasing his astral power. It would also strengthen the cultivation of the star formation, which was equivalent to a cultivation state. That was why astral body warriors liked to be light balls. So, should I become a small sun in the future? Jiang Changkong glanced at Desheng's data and saw that Desheng needed 2 million essence, energy, and spirit to upgrade a martial art. He felt like he had lost a dog. He had killed 21 high-level warriors and robbed the Sin realm, only to have 200 million essence, energy, and spirit. At this rate, how many high-level warriors would he have to kill to upgrade? Could it be that he had to empty the Void Realm? Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. I'll go back first and contact Liang Qiushhuani to ask her for information about small mineral veins. It's time to go to the Void Realm and explore. I also need to take a look at the lunar broken sword. My base should be almost built. I hope the 3 families didn't fool me and give me trash. Chapter 270. Jiang Changkong. Late stage astral body high tier, mid-grade martial art. 3-foot golden body, Desheng 1/7. 2 million Tai Chi Yin Yang skill, Desheng 1/7. 2 million Tyrant Blade, Desheng 1/7. 2 million Holy Sun skill, Desheng 1/7. 2 million Spirit Raining Art, Desheng 1/7. 2 million Bright Moon skill, Desheng 1/7. 2 million White Cloud Ninefold Sutra, Desheng 1/7. 2 million High Tier Mid-Grade Array skill, Battle Body Star Formation, Incomplete Desheng 1/7. 2 million Essence, Vitality, and Spirit. 456115. For after returning to Abyss City, Jiang Changkong checked his stats and stepped into the Research Institute. Changkong, you've broken through again? Professor Yun asked in surprise. Jiang Changkong smiled and said, It seems that the equipment in your Research Institute has also become much more advanced. I've finished learning the starry text. Now that I've made another breakthrough, are we going to the Void Realm? Wang Ruiqing asked. Jiang Changkong said, Of course, but I'll be going first. Let me take a look at my base first. Let's go together. With the mechs you brought back, we'll be able to protect ourselves. Professor Yin said, Moreover, if the base's construction doesn't work, we can always rebuild it. Jiang Changkong thought about it and said, Then let's do it this way. I won't be going with you. Barren Land, number 53. All right, we're too slow. We won't be a burden to you. Let's pack up now. Professor Yin smiled. After the discussion ended, Jiang Changkong left the abyss, transforming into the little Holy Sun. Wherever Jiang Changkong went, the plants seemed to have been injected with hormones, and the star demon also growled in comfort. It only took him an hour to return to 10,000 Mile City. Jiang Changkong contacted in Shanha and asked about the Void Realm, and Shanha answered the phone. You're finally out. There's been no news for 3 months. I was about to go to the Anding province. Cut the crap. When are we going to the Void Realm? Jiang Changkong asked directly. Leave with us tonight. I'll contact you when the time comes, and Shanha said. After hanging up, Jiang Changkong called Yao Ming and chatted for a while before hanging up. Looking at the message on his phone, Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to call her Liangqiu Xuani. Chang Kaisheng, you're really a busy man. I've been looking for you for 3 months, and you've only just replied to me. Liangqiu Xuani's voice remained calm. Even though she was complaining, no one was able to tell that there was a change in her tone. Jiang Changkong said faintly, he's in seclusion in the Stability Province. So that's how it is. Xuani, congratulations to Chang Kaisheng for your great improvement in strength, Liangqiu Xuani said. I'll brew some tea and wait for you at the same place as last time. That damn poker face. Whether it was intentional or not, Jiang Changkong muttered before he hung up the phone. Liangqiu Xuani. So be it. Why was it a dead poker face? Liangqiu Xuani clenched her fists. Her face twitched, and she went back to her poker face. Jiang Changkong entered the 10,000 Mile City and went straight to the place where they had agreed to meet. It was the same pavilion. Liangqiu Xuani was sipping tea. You could have told me directly about the Star Crystal Mine. Why did you have to come here in person? Jiang Changkong didn't stand on ceremony this time. He poured a cup of tea for himself and drank it in one gulp. Liangqiu Xuani said faintly, I like to talk face to face. Since I haven't seen you for so long, that Star Crystal Mine is gone. Jiang Changkong said calmly, if it's gone, then it's gone. I'm leaving. There were 2 large ones in his wasteland. He had to hurry and dig them. Liangqiu Xuani said again, that doesn't mean there's no other one. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Miss Xuani, you have more than one piece of information about the Star Crystal Mine. City Lord Jiang, I'm not strong enough. I can only rely on this information to survive. Liangqiu Xuani said calmly, for the second step, I want you to flatten a place. All the profits will belong to you, including the Star Crystal Mine. Which place? I won't do such a heinous thing, Jiang Changkong said. There's a group of star demon near your territory. The strongest one is a peak astral body, Liangqiu Xuani said. Star demon? Miss Xuani thinks too highly of me. She thinks I can flatten a peak astral body star demon, Jiang Changkong said with a frown. He had just broken through to the astral body realm. Liangqiu Xuani's information couldn't be so fast, right? Of course you can't, but you have 3 families as allies. Hu Qinglan is also very familiar with you. Liangqiu Xuani looked at him and said, the Blood Aura Palace has a good harvest. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Miss Xuani, you have quite a lot of information. When will you tell me about the Immortal Palace's base? I'll go and flatten it. So she wanted to use him to lure out the 3 families and Hu Qinglan. He was so scared that he thought Liangqiu Xuani knew his true cultivation. There's no hurry. If you have that ability, I won't let you go, Liangqiu Xuani said. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Xuani to tell me how many star crystal mines there are in my wasteland. Jiang Changkong said, 2 large ones. I'm not sure about the small ones. Liangqiu Xuani stood up slowly and said, City Lord Jiang, you don't need to test me. We're partners. I have no ill intentions. Liangqiu Xuani came to the pavilion and suddenly frowned. Her body stiffened for a moment before returning to normal. If you had any ill intentions, you'd be dead by now. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and put down his teacup. Miss Xuani, you're not bad. After saying that, he turned and left. Liangqiu Xuani's calm face finally showed a trace of emotion. She looked at the leaving Jiang Changkong in shock. Just now, she felt her body stiffen and she couldn't move. Apart from that, a strange and special power actually penetrated her stargate and imprisoned her soul. Fortunately, that power didn't have any ill intentions and retreated in an instant. Jiang Changkong, this is your soul martial art? Liang Qiu, Xuanyi murmured. Suddenly, a voice sounded in her ear. This is called the soul governing art. Miss Xuanyi, remember it well. I will. Liang Qiu Xuanyi's eyes were solemn. She flung her sleeves and left. After Jiang Changkong left, he went to find Nan Tianpeng for a drink. Since someone was treating him to a meal, it would be a waste not to eat. Eating a few more meals from him could be considered a fee in advance for using his reputation to act cool. As for Liang Qiu Xuanyi, her strength wasn't low. She was at the peak of the star spirit realm and was no weaker than a genius. If he hadn't used the soul-governing art on a whim, he would have really thought that he was in the early stage of star spirit. They ate until nighttime. Jiang Changkong didn't leave until Inshanha called. Outside 10,000-mile city, the holy sun spun and flew, illuminating a radius of 100 meters. The surrounding weeds absorbed the power of the holy sun and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Shanha's expression froze. He looked at the approaching holy sun and frowned. Which expert? Abyss City, Jiang Changkong. Hello, everyone. The holy sun dissipated and Jiang Changkong appeared. The vegetation around him stopped growing. It's really you. It's only been 3 months, and you've already stepped into the astral form, and Shanha said in shock. Jiang Changkong looked around. Just the two of us. There are others. They're here. And Shanha floated in the air and looked in the direction of 10,000-mile city. 3 balls of light and 2 figures flew through the air. And Shanha, everyone is here. Let's go, a blue ball of light said. And Shanha nodded. He didn't introduce himself and took them into the air. Jiang Changkong transformed into the holy sun again and followed in Shanha unhurriedly. So, it's an astral form expert. The 3 balls of light vibrated. The blue ball of light said, Outer Sea Island, Hai Tianha. Of the 3 balls of light, 1 was blue, and the other 2 were yellow and green, respectively. Si Mingsha, this is Feng Tingyu, the yellow ball of light said. Jiang Changkong finally understood that these people all depended on strength. Abyss City, Jiang Changkong. Chapter 271. The 3 light balls were all from the outer island. He just did not know where the other 2 were from. The 2 consciously followed in Shanha and did not interrupt. Jiang Changkong did not ask them either. They were both in the late-stage star embryo realm. I heard that Brother Changkong won first place in the Sin realm and was rewarded with a piece of land. Hai Tianha's voice came from the blue light ball. Where is the wasteland? If it's close, you can walk around more. Number 53, I don't know either. I've never been there before, Jiang Changkong said. Number 53 is a good territory. It's not far from our outer island. We can get closer. Hai Mingsha smiled. That's great. I don't have many friends when I first entered the Void Realm. It's my luck to have you two looking after me. Jiang Changkong chuckled. Of course, he was just joking. If there was something good, they would not think of him. Similarly, if he had something good that he could not eat, he would look for the 3 families and Huqinglan first. The 4 of them chatted and laughed along the way. They followed in Shanha through the clouds and arrived above the sea. Jiang Changkong asked curiously, the Void Realm is in the sea? And Shanha said, it's just one of the entrances. Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Hai Tianha, isn't it faster for you to come here directly? Do you need the Federation's permission every time you go in and out? There are often high-level star demon snipers at the entrances of the Void Realm. It's safest to go together. Hai Mingsha explained. Of course, if you give us star stones, the Federation will protect you until you reach your destination safely. Give us star stones? Jiang Changkong was taken aback. Then I won't go. I'll escort the people from Abyss City. I can't waste star stones. And Shanha's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. Officer Huqinglan has already ordered us to escort you once for free. Can you not be so stingy? You're already a star, and you're still reluctant to give up some star stones? Only now did Jiang Changkong move again. Let's go then. I'll go in and thank her. I'm diligent and thrifty in managing my family. I must cherish every starstone I have. Starstones were hard to come by. You've once again broken my bottom line. And Shanha sighed. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Jiang Changkong, he would definitely kick him back. He was depressed. He went to the Sin domain, but in the end, when he came back, he stepped into the high grade and even had a good relationship with Huqinglan. Not only that, he went back for 3 months and directly stepped into the celestial body. This was absolutely abnormal. The group arrived above a lone island. There were all kinds of sophisticated buildings on the island, and troops armed to the teeth were stationed here. And Shanha brought them directly to the center of the island. It was a huge palace with 3 floors. It was completely black and spanned thousands of square meters. They were all pitch-black stones, the same material as the black battleship. And Shanha descended from the sky, retracted his astral power, and arrived at the entrance of the palace. Void Palace. Jiang Changkong looked at the top of the palace, where the words Void Palace were carved, and Shanha brought them into the palace. This is the entrance to the void, so it's called the Void Palace. You have to report when entering and exiting, and there are astral body warriors guarding inside. Together with this special material, it prevents the star demon from coming out. These materials can't do anything to an astral body, Jiang Changkong said indifferently, and Shanha wasn't weak either. He was in the early stage of the astral body. The Federation is developing this kind of ore. I believe it won't be long before they can absorb astral power from astral body warriors and use it in expeditions. And Shanha explained. As they spoke, they arrived at the depths of the first floor of the Void Palace. There was a sealed door. There were 5 late-stage astral body warriors and 1 peak astral body warrior in the palace. The astral body warriors weren't here. They were on the 3rd floor. Unless something unexpected happened, they were all cultivating. And Shanha, bring people to the Void Realm. This is the list. And Shanha handed the list to the peak astral body. Okay, be careful. The entrance to the Void Realm hasn't been peaceful recently. The peak astral body warrior took the list and knocked on the door. The sealed black stone door slowly opened, and a huge spatial rift appeared. This time, Jiang Changkong didn't feel any fear. Jiang Changkong thought of the crack in the abyss again, but had been studying the astral text and didn't have time to explore it. When he became stronger and had time, he would go to the abyss to take a look. Let's go. I'll have to trouble you to suppress the spatial rift and enter together, and Shanha said, Let's go. The 6 astral body warriors in the palace moved at the same time. Majestic astral power surged out and poured into the spatial rift. The powerful force directly suppressed the spatial rift, turning it into a safe passage. The peak astral body warriors said again, Astral body warriors go first. If you encounter the star demon, kill it immediately. Let's go. Haiming Sha and the other 2 rushed into the spatial passage first. Jiang Changkong followed closely, followed by the 2 star embryos and Shanha. After entering the spatial rift, they were surrounded by the 6 astral body warriors, who had paved a passage with astral power. The passage isolated the terrifying power. Jiang Changkong glanced at it. This is the power of the spatial rift. Space? Yes, star embryo warriors can already break through the space on Earth. But after doing so, they will be strangled to death by the spatial rift, Haimingsha explained. Only astral body warriors can solve this. Of course, according to the legends, space element warriors can be like fish in water. Space element warriors? Have you seen it before? Jiang Changkong asked. He had never seen spatial martial arts before. nor had he heard of anyone talking about it. It's in the astral text, but we just treat it as a legend. It hasn't appeared on Earth yet. Hai Tian has smiled and said, but it's nothing. With our strength, we can break through normal space. We don't have to be afraid of space element warriors. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. Space element warriors were nothing special. When he had the Force Rune Battle Body Deshang, he could even shatter the void. The four of them were extremely fast. As soon as they finished speaking, they had already rushed out of the passage and saw a dark forest. The ancient trees blocked the light. Fortunately, they were all strong and were not afraid of the darkness. Jiang Changkong's light ball paused slightly and felt a force of gravity. It returned to normal in an instant. Is this a special zone? The Void Realm is stronger than Earth in terms of spatial strength and gravity. This is not a gravity zone, Hai Mingsha explained. Hai Mingsha explained you can try. Only the top warriors here can break through the space. It's not too late to try when there's a chance. After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, the Holy Sun rotated and dispelled the darkness. He suddenly frowned. Be careful. I feel a few strong auras with malicious intent. The 3 light balls shone. There really is a star demon ambush. Even Brother Changkong said it's not weak. It seems like it's the star demon. We're here. And Shanha flew out of the space with the 2 of them and also paused. Let's go. Be careful. Changkong sensed danger, the 3 light balls said. And Shanha frowned slightly. Should we take a detour or? Why take a detour? We can just kill our way out, Hai Mingsha said domineeringly. A majestic force spread out. Peak astral body. That's true. With you, Hai Mingsha, and 2 late-stage astral bodies, we don't have to be afraid unless there are more than 2 peak astral bodies. And Shanha smiled. Astral bodies aren't easy to kill. Let's not fight and just charge out. After making the decision, they directly flew into the sky. The 2-star embryo warriors were also carried by Jiang Changkong. They were too slow. Buzz. Suddenly, starlight appeared on the ground, sealing the area within 100 miles and enveloping all 7 of them. A majestic force swept over. The 2-star embryo warriors' bodies sank at the same time and almost fell. Star formation. Brother Changkong, you can feel this gravity, Hai Mingsha said seriously. Chapter 272. Rumble. The earth trembled. 10,000 streaks of starlight rushed into the sky. Thousands of star rays converged, forming a barrier that trapped them inside. The 2-star embryo realm martial artists were unable to withstand the terrifying gravity, and Shanha, who was at the early stage of the star body realm, also felt the extreme pressure. A blazing sun rose and shone down, suppressing Jiang Changkong's sacred Sunday. Following that, thousands of strands of blood qi soared into the sky, forming countless star formations. Waves of terrifying blood qi covered the sky and the earth, standing side by side with the blazing sun. Tens of thousands of blood qi formed an array. It was a force-patterned star array. Walala! The waves surged, the seawater surged, and the azure starlight formed a strange star formation with the sky as the disk. Good move. They investigated us thoroughly and suppressed us from all sides. Hai Mingsha's expression was gloomy, a combination of multiple star formations, as expected of a high-tier star demon. And Shanha's expression was solemn. A long sword appeared in his hand. The Holy Sun trembled. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, It's not over yet, right? How do you plan to restrain my 9 layers white cloud? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, green light sprinkled down, starlight filled the sky, and strong winds howled. A tornado appeared on the ground, and the blue light turned into wind blades. It was another star array. As expected, they're coming for me. Where's the divine driving art? Show me all the tricks you have. The holy sun dissipated, and Jiang Changkong stood in the void. Starlight erupted and crushed the incoming star formation. Wow! The strange shriek ignored the body and went straight to the soul. The ghostly wails and wolf howls caused one's hair to stand on end. Illusory figures appeared one after another, looking sinister and terrifying. His face was deathly pale, and his 7 orifices were oozing blood. Malicious spirits ran amok, yet he was not afraid of the blazing sun in the sky. As the starry formations overlapped with each other, it felt like a giant mountain pressing down on Shaoqin. The blazing sun subdued the sun, the violent wind swept the white clouds, the blood energy subdued the power pattern, and the malicious spirit subdued the God-controlling art. As for the gravity array and the azure star array, they were for the others. They've really investigated me thoroughly. It seems that the star demon in the void realm has a lot of connections with humans. Jiang Chankong's eyes opened and closed, divine light blossoming. His entire body rumbled, and the holy sun behind him surged. Cultivation in power inscriptions, Sin domain, all the heavens' favorites had seen them before. Imperial god art, white cloud 9-layer scripture. He had used all of these in Sin domain. It wasn't a surprise if news of this got out. What was surprising was that the ones who ambushed them were a group of star demon. Among the human martial artists, there were definitely people who had colluded with the star demon. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to prepare so many star formations. Brother Chongkong, it's not just you. These guys know us very well. Hai Mingsha and the other 2 appeared, their expressions solemn. Buzz. The void fluctuated, and thousands of starlights bloomed. 5 figures stepped on the endless starlight and entered the range of the star formation. Jiang Chongkong looked at the newcomers. They were all star demon. They were a bunch of ugly, humanoid creatures covered in scales and fur. Jiang Chongkong, this is our first meeting. Are you satisfied with this greeting gift? The power of the blazing sun was dazzling. A star demon stepped onto the blazing sun in the sky. Waves overflowed into the heavens. Blue scales glowed with luster. A hoarse female voice rang out. In all these years, I have never seen such a genius. You can cultivate multiple martial arts at the same time and form a special star body. You are amazing. Its deathly pale eyes emitted a cold and gloomy aura, and it was surrounded by illusionary, malicious ghosts. Among the high-ranking star races, your talent can be ranked in the top 100. Thick starlight bloomed brightly. Its body was covered in thick fur. Its limbs were thick, and its muscles were firm. Sun, water, soul, earth. Only the last one was left. Azure light filled the sky. Jiang Chankong's eyes narrowed slightly. Azure light and sun were both peak star bodies. The azure star demon stepped on the storm. Its nails were sharp and gleaming coldly. If you can join the star races, I can give you a chance to become the vanguard of the star races and expand their territory. Chongkong. And Shanha and the others hurriedly surrounded Jiang Chongkong with solemn expressions. Hai Mingsha's expression darkened. I was too careless this time. I can delay a peak star body. Who told you to come? Jiang Chongkong's expression returned to indifference. Who among the humans are you colluding with? The azure star demon said coldly, I'm borrowing your words. We don't listen to your nonsense. If we don't submit, we will die. Then I'll send you to your deaths. Jiang Chongkong's eyes were cold. He activated the holy sun art. Majestic energy erupted and filled the entire star formation within 100 miles. Kill! The cyan light star demon shouted coldly. 5 figures surrounded the boundless star formation. Kill! Hai Mingsha shouted coldly. Sword auras shook the void and bloomed with starlight. His target was Jiang Chongkong. Hai Mingsha, what are you doing? And Shanha and the others were shocked. The other 2 late-stage star bodies, Hai Tianhe and Feng Tingyu, were also shocked and angry. Caught off guard, Hai Mingsha, who was at the peak of the astral body, did not attack the star demon but Jiang Changkong. Boom! Roar! Starlight bloomed in the sky. A strange roar sounded. Jiang Changkong's body glowed with golden red light. Blood qi and terrifying energy landed on the long sword at the same time. With a boom, Hai Mingsha retreated. Jiang Changkong retracted his 7 force patterns. The 5-star demon's killing intent had arrived. Jiang Changkong's 8th order, scorching sunblade, was in his hand. The sunset glow covered the sky and enveloped the 5-star demon. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound came. The sky and earth shook. Starlight exploded in the sky, covering 100 miles. The star formation shone brightly and swallowed all the energy. The 5-star demon retreated in a frenzy. Jiang Changkong's body glowed with crimson light and dazzling golden light. Black and white energy flowed at the edge of the 2 lights. Tai Chi celestial body. His body glowed with 4 colors. Countless force patterns covered his entire body. Boundless astral force rained down. 70% of the astral force dissipated, while 60% of the astral force rebounded back. Facing their attacks, Jiang Changkong didn't move an inch. Just like when he faced Yun Bugawei. With the Tai Chi diagram, he could remove 80% of the power of someone who was 1 level higher. Now, with the Tai Chi battle body, although it was not as compatible as the sun and moon, it was still quite powerful. However, without the Tai Chi celestial body, even if it could remove 70% of the power, it could only transfer 60%. You knew there was something wrong with me. You've been guarding against me? Hai Mingsha stood in the distance and said in shock. Under the monstrous star power, the 5-star demon were injured at the same time. Fortunately, they were not weak and recovered in an instant. Huh, you really formed a few celestial bodies and can use 3 at once. The green star demon was shocked. His previous words were just a test, but now he saw it with his own eyes. He could use 3 celestial bodies at the same time. Jiang Changkong put his hands behind his back. Although he had not reached the level of a true god and could not merge the 3 celestial bodies, he had the Tai Chi Yin-Yang technique. Shouldn't the advanced star demon be called the battle body? Jiang Changkong looked indifferent. As for guarding against you, you think too highly of yourself. I don't need to guard against you. He formed the force pattern battle body and wanted to sneak attack him? Impossible, as long as there was danger. Even if it was on his back, the force pattern would explode instantly. Every part of his body was a weapon. This was the terrifying part of the force pattern battle body of a martial artist. Kill! Activate the star formation and suppress him. Let's kill him together. The green star demon shouted angrily. The star formation released endless starlight, and the pressure increased again. Changkong and Shanha and the other 4's expressions darkened at the same time. Starlight intertwined, and they were about to attack. Let's work together to delay Hai Mingsha. No need. We'll just play with them. It's better to use more interesting methods. Jiang Changkong raised his palm slightly. The golden red light and the power of Tai Chi disappeared at the same time. The light of the holy sun appeared again, illuminating the area within 100 miles. Chapter 273. Sun Star Array. I'm the sacred sun that you can't restrain. All the energy in his body was converted into the sacred sun star power. In an instant, the sacred sun star power broke through the star array. The light of the sacred sun penetrated hundreds of miles. Under the light, it was full of murderous intent. All the light was evaporated, and the star power connected to the star array began to break. A terrifying pressure enveloped the 5-star demon and Hai Mingsha. This power, how is it possible? How can he break the peak 8th order star array with just his power? Star level. His sun star power has reached the star level. Horrified cries resounded. The 5-star demons and Hai Mingsha were astonished. The 3 major stars were shocking enough. Before Jiang Changkong's attack, they were just shocked. But now, after Jiang Changkong's attack, his power had reached the star level. You're not qualified to see the 3 major stars. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. The eruption of 3 celestial bodies was definitely stronger than the current him, but not by much. If the sun and moon star arrays were used, they would be able to suppress him. But now he wanted to let these guys know that his power alone was also very terrifying. Blazing Sunday, he said indifferently. The peak 8th order saber buzzed, finding it difficult to bear his star power. Under the full attack, the 8th order saber didn't increase his power. He had completely surpassed the 8th order. The power of the saber had already shaken the sky and cracked the star array. The rising sun, the warm and gentle blade, compared to before, the power was more than a dozen times stronger. The sacred sun was supposed to nourish all things, but now there was only murderous intent. Wherever the light of the sacred sun passed, there was only destruction. The starlight was evaporating, and the star demon's body was cracking. In the blink of an eye, it was covered in cracks. Those malicious ghosts dissipated. The star demon, who cultivated the soul, was suppressed and had the most cracks on his body. Hai Mingsha's body was also cracking. The star array patterns on his body were activated to the extreme, but they couldn't withstand the sacred sun's light. The blazing sun saber finally fell. Its target was the sun star power star demon. Boom! Blood mist filled the air. The star demon exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh that fell to the ground. However, these pieces of flesh were still wriggling about, still not dead, wanting to reform. Under the illumination of the holy sun, the minced meat stopped squirming and was sealed by the power of the holy sun gulp. After the shockwaves subsided, and Shanha and the others gulped, they did not expect Jiang Changkong's strength to be this terrifying. Hai Mingsha's sneak attack was simply courting death. The soul-controlling art that restrains me? Then give it a try. The power of the sacred sun disappeared, and an invisible force of stars spread out, enveloping the entire area. Hai Mingsha and the 4-star demon didn't even have time to react before their bodies stiffened. They wanted to move, but their bodies were no longer listening to them. This soul-governing art was not an ordinary soul cultivation method at all. It could directly imprison their bodies. In the next moment, the 4-star demon's divine soul stiffened. A strange force pierced through the stargate and enveloped their souls. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. A faint soul appeared on the surface of the soul-type star demon's body, and it was cracking. Soul tearing. The invisible force tore souls bit by bit, and the shrill scream directly attacked everyone's souls. This was the voice of the soul. Inside the stargate, the souls of Nshanha and the others were trembling, as if they had seen the greatest horror. Boom! The last piece of soul was torn apart, and the soul completely dissipated. Only the corpse of the star demon was left, and it fell. There was no sign of life. The astral body star demon was directly killed. So, your souls are shattered and you can't recover. Jiang Changkong smiled calmly, as if he had discovered some secret. Now his main body had the soul-controlling art, and his avatar had the tyrant blade. The star demon and Shanha and the others all looked at him in horror. Jiang Changkong had the ability to instantly kill astral body martial artists. Come next. Let me test my white cloud ninefold sutra, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The astral power changed again, and it turned into pale white clouds, and Shanha and the others. Now is the time for you to test your martial arts? Can we go ahead of you? They were afraid that Jiang Changkong would attack them or that they would be affected by the shockwaves. Hai Mingsha and the 3-star demon were trembling. How did this lunatic cultivate? Was he really going to kill one with each martial art? In the area covered by the white clouds, the sun and moon were dim, and only the pale white clouds could be seen. These white clouds directly swallowed Hai Mingsha and the star demon, and they rushed into their bodies. The white clouds released astral power, tearing their bodies apart. Spirit-piercing long clouds. Jiang Changkong's palm landed, and the white clouds that entered his body spread to every corner. With a boom, the green star demon directly exploded, and it turned into pieces of evenly distributed flesh. The power of the white clouds attached to the pieces of flesh, and it sealed the star demon. There are 3 left, but none of you have a body-tempering star demon. How boring. Jiang Changkong said calmly, "Then I'll show you the power of a body-tempering martial artist after reaching the astral form." With a loud boom, the essence Qi shot up into the sky. The force-patterned celestial body opened, and 7 force patterns flowed on the surface of his body. Jiang Changkong bent his fingers and pressed in the air. An invisible force spread out, and it could not be detected. They could only sense danger. However, in front of Jiang Changkong, who had unleashed his full power, they had already lost their composure. Rumble! With a loud explosion, Hai Mingsha and the 2-star demon exploded at the same time, turning into blood mist. The blood mist did not dissipate, and it was still slowly condensing. After all, they were not as strong as the corpses close to God level, so they could not kill them directly. The star formation had been completely destroyed, and the star demon had all turned into blood mist and fragments. They were suppressed by Jiang Changkong. With a wave of his hand, the power dissipated, allowing the star demon and Hai Mingsha to heal. After collecting the space equipment, Hai Mingsha only had 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. There were no high-grade or top-grade star crystals. The star demon also had a few thousand cubic meters of space equipment, and there were also star crystals inside. They had more than Hai Mingsha's, but most of them were just random things. There are stones with star runes carved on them, scrolls, and so on, as well as some refining materials and medicine. There were also some equipment and mobile phones. However, the mobile phones were all blank. There were no call records or chat messages. The Sun Star Power Star demon healed, and Jiang Changkong happened to dig out the Soul Star demon's starstone. He directly suppressed him. "Tell me who informed you." The star demon looked at him coldly and did not say a word. "If you don't want to tell me, then die." Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the God-controlling art directly crushed the soul demon's soul and dug out the starstone. The rest of the star demon healed, and none of them said a word. Jiang Changkong did not hesitate and killed them all. He looked at Hai Mingsha. "You don't want to tell me either?" Hai Mingsha was silent for a moment. "The Celestial Palace Intelligence Palace promised to give me star-level breakthrough medicine. That's all I know." "Okay, it's enough that you know about the Celestial Palace. I'll give you a quick death." Jiang Changkong raised his hand, and the God-controlling art directly destroyed the star demon's soul. After doing all this, Jiang Changkong looked at Shanha. "Let's continue. You don't want these corpses." And Shanha pointed at the corpses. "The Research Institute can extract energy from the corpses and use them as energy. Then I won't waste them. Thanks." Jiang Changkong quickly collected them and thanked Shanha. The base had just been built, and they needed too many corpses. They could not waste anything useful. Chapter 274. The 6 of them flew into the air, and Jiang Changkong turned into a holy sun again. Unfortunately, the data kept fluctuating and did not increase at all. Fortunately, he had gained quite a lot this time. There were a total of 14,361 mid-grade star crystals. There were only 2,000 low-grade Tier 8 star crystals. It seemed that the star demon did not care about low-grade star crystals. He would leave the 5 special star stones for Professor Yun and the others. They could be used to pilot mechas, or they could be sold for other things. He was no longer interested in such a small amount of energy. When he arrived at the base, he would dig up the 2 large mineral veins, and he should be able to make a fortune. Moreover, there was still a star demon at the peak of the astral form waiting for him. The future was still full of hope. After that, There were no more disturbances and the journey was safe. And Shanha led them over a group of buildings, and the two-star embryo warriors left midway. They had arrived at their destination. It was not until the evening that Jiang Chongkong finally arrived at his base, number 53. It was originally a wasteland, but now there were some buildings. The buildings were all built with good materials. Of course, they were not high-grade, but it was still not bad. They were all mid-tier materials. One of the buildings was made of high-grade stone, and even star embryo warriors would find it difficult to destroy. When Professor Yin and the others arrived, they would be able to resist star embryo warriors with the help of some star formations and equipment. It was already considered a good building in the Void Realm. The three families did not fool him. I still have to take them away. You should take a look at your base first, and Shanha said. Jiang Chongkong nodded. Okay. Brother Chongkong, do you want to come to our place? It's quite boring for you to be here alone, Hai Tianhe invited. I'll go over if there's a chance in the future. For now, I need to familiarize myself with my territory, Jiang Chongkong declined. Hai Tianhe said, if that's the case, we'll leave first. Brother Chongkong, you must come find us. We're by the sea. The Void Realm also had a sea, and there were also countless star demon in the sea. The warriors on the offshore islands were more familiar with the star demon in the sea, so they occupied the seaside. The major provinces and the ordinary provinces belonged to the inland regions. Jiang Chongkong's territory was considered an offshore island, but it wasn't an offshore island either. It was a territory that belonged to him alone. He took out his phone and thought for a while. He decided to contact Hua Qinglan and the others first. The star demon at the pinnacle of the astral body wouldn't run away. He had to inform them first. Only when Professor Yin and the rest came over would they be taken care of. After dialing Hua Qinglan's number, Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, Chief Hua Qinglan, I'm here in the Void Realm. Are you contacting me first? Hua Qinglan chuckled. I'll be right there. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I'll inform the three families. Jiang Chongkong hung up and contacted Yao, Qing, Qixi, and Nan Zhaokong. The three of them wanted to come personally. Before he could react, they hung up the phone. Jiang Chongkong put away his phone and walked to his base. At the entrance of the base, there was a stone tablet with the number 53 carved on it. There was nothing in the house. It was clean, and there was not a single piece of furniture. As for the equipment, he needed to get it himself. Fortunately, Professor Yun and the rest brought it over, so he didn't have to worry about it. 2 hours later, a green light appeared in the night sky. A dark green ball of light flew over. Hua Qinglan was the first to arrive. Chongkong, the ball of light dissipated. Hua Qinglan was dressed in a dark green robe with a faint smile on her face. We're here too. The scarlet ball of light, a full moon, and a blazing sun arrived at the same time. You guys came in person. I don't have anything to welcome here. Do you want to eat the humanoid star demon? Jiang Chongkong shrugged and took out a star demon's corpse. Nan Zhaokong smiled and said, We're here to eat this star demon. You're really going to eat it? It's a humanoid after all. Jiang Chongkong frowned slightly. He was just saying it. I'm here today to teach you a lesson about the evolution of the star demon. Hua Qinglan said calmly, I wonder if you've ever flipped through ancient books and read about myths. Does it matter? Jiang Chongkong raised his eyebrows. There are similarities. Hua Qinglan's eyes shone with a dark green light. She spat out a word. Demon. Jiang Chongkong was stunned. Demon? Taking human form? You can understand it that way. It's not actually a demon. According to the Federation's deduction, demons should be plants and animals that absorb star power and cultivate. Hua Qinglan explained, but the world changed. The star demon invaded, and almost all plants and animals went extinct. Coupled with human consumption, demons no longer exist. The Galactic Expedition. Many stars in the universe were occupied by the star demon. We learned some of the history of the universe based on the star text we obtained. In the universe, some stars had life and some didn't. No one knew what happened in the universe. Starlight fell on Earth, and the star demon appeared. The great change in the universe led to the birth of the star demon. Some planets with life were not inhabited by humans. It was only because they had obtained opportunities that allowed them to absorb star power and cultivate to become stronger. The weak star demon we saw only grew in size and lost its mind due to the impact of power. Some of the special star demon that retained some of its rationality were special. They learned a few moves, but they were incomplete martial arts manuals. Hua Qinglan explained. As for the high-ranking stars, they obtain more opportunities and learn more. Nan Zhaokong continued. The star demon is pursuing the path of cultivation like us, transforming to become stronger and learning more martial arts. Jiang Changkong understood. It was the transformation of extraterrestrial life forms. It was just like humans who absorbed star power to cultivate. It was just that humans did not have that many mutated species. The star demon's transformation was long before we humans started. They have more experts than us. See, she said. In other words, everything that isn't human is called the star demon. They call themselves the star race, a race that lives in the universe. What about the void realm? Jiang Changkong asked. Hua Qinglan said. The void realm was also scattered during the great changes and has already merged with Earth. The star demon is also exploring the mysteries of this place. According to the star text, there are many experts hidden here. So these star demon can be eaten? Jiang Changkong blinked. As long as it's not poisonous, there's nothing that can't be eaten. Nan Zhaokong said. However, don't eat the high-ranking star demon. It's too extravagant. We brought the mid-ranking ones. They're all stir-fried with wine and dishes. Hua Qinglan waved her hand, and a green light flashed, turning into a few green, rattan chairs. Sit. You're getting more and more proficient with your near-divine cultivation method, she praised. Hua Qinglan smiled faintly. Your strength is also increasing. I believe it won't be long before you all step into the star realm. Jiang Changkong said, Stop flattering each other. Tell me what you're here for. I don't believe that all of you came here in person just for a meal. He could no longer listen to the wind blowing. Hua Qinglan's expression darkened and became more serious. We came to you to ask about the ambush, and Shanha should have reported everything to you. I don't know the details of the Immortal Palace Intelligence Palace. Jiang Changkong shook his head. There's really no news at all? Nan Zhaokong and the other two frowned. Jiang Changkong shook his head. If there was, I would have done it long ago. The four of them looked at each other and asked, How much do you know about Liangqiu Xuani? Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. Did Liangqiu Xuani inform them? Chapter 275. I don't know much about Liangqiu Xuani. I only know that she has information about the Immortal Palace. She knew that the spatial passage was underground. Jiang Changkong said, The second step is to come to the void realm. There's a small star, crystal vein there. The Nan family knows about this. Nan Tianpang was there too, so it was not surprising that Nan Zhaokong came. What surprised him was that Hua Qinglan came looking for him. Nan Zhaokong and the other two nodded. The three of us received the news too. The other forces also received it. Hua Qinglan frowned. There's something wrong with Liangqiu Xuani. I've already sent people to monitor her, but she mysteriously disappeared. Disappeared? You can't find out? Jiang Changkong was surprised. The four shook their heads. If they could find out, they would not have come to Jiang Changkong. I find it strange that the Liangqiu family strength is only average. What ability and courage does Liangqiu Xuani have to do such a thing? Nan Zhaokong took a sip of wine and voiced his doubts. Jiang Changkong smiled. Why think so much? It's a waste not to take the benefits. Liangqiu Xuani is not weaker than the geniuses of your family. There should be another force behind her. The same force as the immortal palace. Hu Qinglan's expression was cold. If I knew this would happen, I would have stayed. There's no point in keeping her. There will be other Xuani. Jiang Changkong said, when our strength increases and we become close gods, we won't have to worry about not being able to destroy the immortal palace. You're right. Who cares what she thinks? If there's something good, we'll take it. When we become close gods, we'll kill all of them. Hu Qinglan smiled and drank a cup of wine. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and said, What gains have you made recently? For example, how's the search for the immortal palace? The four shook their heads. Nothing. We're searching both on Earth and in the Void Realm. I still don't know if that corpse is dead or alive. Hu Qinglan looked at Jiang Changkong. Can you explain? Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. Humans are dead, but the body is alive. What do you mean? The four of them were stunned. That nearer god, body refiner de Sheng, can die without dying. Jiang Changkong explained, let's put it this way. He's a god without any thoughts, but he can explode at any time. The expressions of the four of them changed at the same time. These words made us feel very insecure. He had no thoughts and could explode at any time. If he were to suddenly punch the Void Realm, there would be nothing left to play with. Everything would be over. Don't worry, that corpse doesn't sense any danger, so it won't explode. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and said, With our strength, even if we go all out, they won't feel anything. The four of them heaved a sigh of relief. Body refinement nearing godly. Could someone of the same level break through his defense? The five of them chatted as they ate. Jiang Changkong thanked Hu Qinglan for taking care of him and asked someone to escort Professor Yin and the others over. Then he thanked the three families for helping him build the base. Hu Qinglan was still a little tipsy until the wee hours of the morning. I just remembered something. After some time, the Federation might invite astral body and above martial artists to go to the depths of the void. Depths of the void? That place is going to open again. Nan Zhaogong and the other two were surprised. Depths of the void? What's there? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. Top-notch astral crystals, top-notch materials, and even top-notch weapon fragments like that sword tip of yours. Hu Qinglan said, I'm just saying, it hasn't been decided whether to go or not. Jiang Changkong said, Of course we'll go for such good stuff. There were so many good things, but it had not been decided yet. Shouldn't they be going there now? I can't go without the Federation's permission. Hu Qinglan shook her head and said, The key is in the hands of the Federation, but you can find a wasteland reclamation team first. Wasteland reclamation team? You want me to go reclamation? Jiang Changkong curled his lips and said, I still have a large piece of barren land that hasn't been opened yet. There's still some time before the reclamation. It'll be almost done by the time you're done here. Yao Qing said, The wasteland reclamation team is a big fat piece of meat. It's a resource-rich area that the Federation has investigated. As long as you can wipe out the star demon there and break the star formation there, the Federation will give you 70%. Only 70%. Jiang Changkong was disdainful. The Federation will only charge you for the development. Moreover, you can't just open one wasteland reclamation team. Laoshi explained, If you can open 8 to 10 of them, will you still be short of astral crystals? It seemed like he could try. Jiang Changkong's eyes were filled with longing. A resource-rich area shouldn't be any worse than his 2 large mineral veins, right? If it was really as Lao, she said, and he could open 8 to 10 of them, wouldn't he be rich? There was also hope for him to reach the star level. Jiang Changkong hurriedly asked. He knew that the wasteland reclamation team still needed more than 2 months. In these 2 months, he could develop his own barren land and dig 2 large mineral veins. After confirming, Jiang Changkong started to toast frequently. These 4 knew much more than he did. Even if they randomly pointed to a resource-rich area, he would gain a lot. Of course, the premise was that he could eat it. With his current late-stage astral body strength, he still wasn't strong enough to participate in the reclamation. The major forces would definitely call back the star-level experts for this kind of reclamation. The four ate until dawn before they left. After they left, Jiang Changkong circulated his astral power and his blood qi surged. The Wasteland Reclamation Team is in the depths of the void. It seems that I have to increase my strength quickly. Jiang Changkong murmured. If he wasn't strong enough, how could he beat everyone and get the most benefits? After he made sure that everyone had left and there was no one around, Jiang Changkong changed into a black robe and turned into a bright moon. Now, it was time to test his tyrant saber. The bright moon flew into the sky. There was a primeval forest with countless mountains behind it. His barren land was also a mountain, and the mineral veins were in the mountains. The star demon that he wanted to defeat this time was in a mountain. It was about 500 miles away from his wasteland. This distance was too close for high-level martial artists. Jiang Changkong also needed to eliminate this star demon neighbor. Jiang Changkong flew through the air and went deep into the mountain. Suddenly, his speed came to a halt. This mountain was full of star arrays, and they were all at the peak of the 8th rank. The star demon's foundation is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and went in. Buzz! As soon as he walked in, the star array exploded and starlight soared into the sky. A fiery red light ball appeared in the void and left quickly. Jiang Changkong frowned and used the soul-governing art. It turned out to be a human. He thought for a while and attached a trace of astral power to the other party, then ignored it. However, a mid-stage astral body couldn't find it. Wherever the soul-governing art's astral power was, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. Rumble. Moonlight poured down, and Jiang Changkong released moonlight essence, which crushed the star demon. The astral power in his body had already been converted to lunar astral power. How dare you come to my territory and behave atrociously? How dare you? A furious shout rang out, and the mountain trembled. Countless star demon rushed over, and a star demon stepped into the air. Early-stage star embryo. Jiang Changkong took a look and saw through the star demon's cultivation. He no longer held back and swung the lunar saber. Buzz! Boundless moonlight essence poured down, and the lunar saber, along with the tyrant saber's moonlight essence, instantly descended. It was silent and breathless, extremely fast and extremely tyrannical. The countless star demons stopped, and so did the star demon. The star array on the ground cracked, and the starlight dissipated. Chapter 276. When the tyrant blade fell, there was no chance of survival. Countless star demon were turned into dust, and only the star stones rolled out. Jiang Changkong's control of stellar power was becoming more and more perfect. He used the God-governing art to find the star stones. Apart from the star stones and the star demon, everything else turned into dust. The star demon's corpse was still useful, but to verify the tyrant blade, he needed the star demon. Jiang Changkong flew across the sky and put the star demon's corpse and the star stones into the hidden star ring. The bright moon pierced through the sky and flew toward the mountain in front. Rumble! Starlight flashed, and several star demon rushed out. The blade flashed, and they all turned into dead souls. Blood smell. The strong smell of blood made Jiang Changkong frown. It came from the mountain. Could it be that the astral body martial artist had led his team here, but all of them died? He rushed into the mountain, and the strong smell of blood drifted out from a cave. He could hear the voices of people talking inside. The Jiang family is getting more and more timid. They were scared away just because someone barged in. He's being cautious. It'll be troublesome if the humans see him with us. That's true. However, the quality of the blood food and test subjects this time isn't good enough. The Jiang family only has this much ability. It's a pity that we can't catch any more human astral body martial artists. Otherwise, we can speed up the experiment. The Federation has given away the number 53 wasteland. I heard it's a celestial body. We can just catch it when the time comes. Buzz. An extremely cold air swept over, and the cave quickly froze. The cold air made the two-star demon, who were talking, shiver at the same time. What a strong cold air. The Tong family is attacking. The two-star demon stood up with solemn expressions. The bright moon flew over. The inside was very spacious, and there were many instruments and human corpses. The dissected corpses had all kinds of tubes inserted into them, and the instruments at the side showed all kinds of data. Jiang Chongkong couldn't understand the data. He looked around and saw some nourishment chambers with condensed astral power. Some corpses were soaked in it. The two-star demon's astral power fluctuated violently as they looked at him solemnly. A star demon said in a low voice, "Yun family, all of you deserve to die." Jiang Chongkong said coldly, his killing intent surging. The bright moon dissipated, revealing a black-robed figure with a tiny saber floating beside him. "What does the Jiang clan have to do with you?" "It's actually a man. There aren't many men in the Sea family who can cultivate to the astral form." Another star demon grinned. "This is a test subject delivered to our doorstep. Take him down." The other star demon bellowed. Astral power surged, and a cold light appeared on its sharp claws. Heart-devouring claw. Celestial bodies. I was just worried that I couldn't find any celestial bodies to test on. The other star demon grinned and stomped his foot. A mysterious celestial formation appeared in the cave. However, the star formation was still unable to break through Jiang Chongkong's ice. Tyrant Saber Lunar Shadow. Jiang Chongkong's expression was cold. He slashed out with the tiny saber. The saber split into two saber lights. The speed of the saber, the strangeness of the traceless saber, and the dominance of the tyrant saber. The two-star demon sneered and faced the saber lights head-on. Buzz. The saber lights directly entered their bodies. The two-star demon trembled at the same time. The late-stage celestial form star demon exploded. The sky was filled with dust, and the starlight disappeared. The late-stage celestial form star demon was killed with one slash. The other peak astral form star demon's legs disappeared, and only its upper body floated in the air. Half of its body was crippled, and the saber lights shone on its wounds. No matter how it activated its astral power, it couldn't regrow its broken limbs. Jiang Chongkong's eyes opened and closed. Moonlight bloomed like two bright moons. "Are you studying humans? You are definitely not from the Sea family. Who are you?" The peak astral form star demon's ugly face looked calm, but deep in its eyes there was fear. Boom! A rumbling sound came from outside, and a violent astral power swept out. A red ball of light emitted a scorching aura. "Which brother has come to my Jiang family's territory and barged in without any reason? Has my Jiang family offended you?" The red ball of light emitted a boiling hot aura and questioned Jiang Chongkong. "Jiang family?" Jiang Chongkong glanced at the red ball of light and said indifferently, "Do you know what happened here?" "I know a little, but this demon is too powerful. I can't do anything about it." The red ball of light dissipated, and an old man appeared. He glanced at the situation inside and said angrily, "This star demon is vicious and merciless. He actually studied humans. Brother, please hand over this star demon to me. I will definitely make it suffer a fate worse than death." "Hand it to you?" Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, "Why should I?" The old man's anger vanished, and a smile appeared on his face. "Brother, you are not following the rules. Everyone's territory is managed by their own people. This Jiang family's territory should be handled by my Jiang family. Brother, don't make a mistake. My Jiang family is not without astral body experts. Jiang Changkong asked indifferently, Then, how do you intend to deal with it? The old man's expression relaxed. In that case, this fellow is admitting defeat. Thinking of this, the old man's smile faded. How to deal with it is my Jiang family's problem. However, little brother, since you took so many resources from my Jiang family, please hand them over. Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. What resources? Little brother, you killed so many star demon astral stones. Furthermore, you took away half of the astral crystal vein that you discovered here, the old man said indifferently. The half-dead star demon said coldly. Not only that, he even snatched my collection of 100,000 peak rank 8 astral crystals. I have never seen anyone seeking death like you. Jiang Changkong's gaze turned cold, and a saber light flashed, accompanied by moonlight. The astral power in the old man's body surged, but it quickly dissipated. With a boom, he turned into a pile of powder on the ground. The star demon said in fear, You dared to kill him? Just like the old man, it thought that Jiang Changkong had admitted defeat. It was about to extort more in the name of the Jiang family, but in the end, Jiang Changkong killed the old man. You still don't want to talk? Colluding with the Jiang family? Jiang Changkong said coldly, then go down and accompany him. Wait a minute. I'll talk. It's the Jiang family. The Jiang family asked me to do it. The star demon hurriedly said, It's the astral warrior from the Jiang family. He said that he has a way to turn us into humans. As long as we can figure it out, what we need to do is to get rid of all the people who came here and give the resources to him. Jiang Changkong snorted. Turn us into humans? You actually believe this kind of nonsense? Aren't you a high-level astral race? The star demon said hurriedly, We were forced to do this. If we don't do it, we'll be killed by the astral warrior. We can only do it. What's the astral warrior's cultivation level? Jiang Changkong asked calmly. Early stage of the astral warrior. If he finds out that you ruined his plan, he'll definitely kill you. That's none of your business. Jiang Changkong activated the soul-controlling art and grabbed the star demon's soul. The domineering blade had already been tested. This half of the body would be left for later use. Jiang Changkong frowned when he found their spatial equipment. The star demon lied. The 2 star demons each had 3,500 astral crystals in their spatial equipment, but the old man only had 1,000. Is this for the Jiang family? To hell with it. He took the astral crystals and went to find the spatial equipment of the astral embryo cultivators. There were some astral crystals in them, but they were all grade 7. Aside from the astral crystals, there were also items with astral runes engraved on them, such as cell phones. This situation was definitely not for the Jiang family. Otherwise, the star demon wouldn't have so many astral crystals. Chapter 277. Jiang Changkong collected the starstones. All of them added up to 4,500 mid-grade, 8th grade starstones, 1,000 top-grade, 7th grade starstones, 2,329 high-grade, 7th grade starstones. There were no mid-grade or low-grade starstones. It was still a good income. He took out his phone and recorded the scene. The tie-in blade vibrated slightly and cut the star array, leaving the name Jiang Changyue. Will the Jiang family find me this way? These are all evidence. If the Jiang family dares to come, I'll kill them all. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong waved his hand and collected the corpses. The mountain collapsed, burying the corpses. He didn't know the identity of these people, so he had to bury them on the spot. He turned into a bright moon and flew away. How dare you peek? I'll keep you alive for now. As the bright moon flew past, Jiang Changkong sensed the power of the soul-governing art. The early astral body warrior who escaped was spying nearby. He didn't make a move. With the help of the soul-governing art, everything this person saw would be transmitted into his mind. After returning to his territory, Jiang Changkong looked at the mountains in the distance. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the wasteland. He needed to study the star text of the star demon they had just killed. Even the star demon doesn't believe it. Do you think I'll believe it? Jiang Changkong took out his phone and the slate. If the star demon wanted to transform into a human, he would believe it if he was strong enough to transform into a human. However, it was impossible for this group of stars, the star demon, to transform into a human by studying humans. Moreover, they thought they were high-level stars. Why would they want to transform into a human? Looking at the star text on the slate, Jiang Changkong frowned. It was all research data. How much his constitution had increased and how much his life force had decreased. All right, he was not a researcher, so he could not understand it at all. He had to wait for Professor Yun and the others to come. He took out his phone and found it was encrypted. Jiang Changkong missed Tang Ruashi and the others. If he had known, he would have brought them here. Let's wait for 2 days and wait for the Jiang family's response. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and closed his eyes. Now let me see that celestial body martial artist. Sitting down cross-legged, Zhang Xian drove the spirit regaining art, and an image surfaced in his mind. The star body martial artist of the Jiang family dug up the collapsed mountain and found the name he had left behind. Jiang Changyue has come to the Void Realm. The Jiang clan cultivator said gravely. He did not linger, soaring into the air. However, he didn't return to the Jiang family. Instead, he went deep into the mountains. The soul governing art attached itself to him and watched as he headed deep into the mountains. He took many turns and was extremely cautious. After half an hour, the Jiang clan cultivators arrived at a mountain peak. There was a palace here. A huge ball of light floated above the throne of the palace. The throne was engraved with countless star demon patterns. A token appeared in the astral form martial artist's hand. Seeing the astral form martial artist, the huge light ball dissipated, revealing an ugly star demon. Jiang Changkong, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't hear anything, so he didn't know what the astral form martial artist and the star demon talked about. It lasted for a quarter of an hour before they left. Jiang Changkong fell into deep thought. His mind was clear about the route, and he was surprised to find that he was deep in his own wasteland. The only thing I need to worry about now is the strength of this star demon. Jiang Changkong held his chin. He did not find the soul-governing art. It was likely that his strength was not as good as his, or it might not be that much weaker. I'll go check it out myself. If I'm careful, I should be able to retreat. Jiang Changkong pondered and was about to move, but the astral form martial artist moved again. After leaving the palace, he went to another mountain peak and arrived at another palace. There was also a star demon inside. Jiang Changkong suppressed his thoughts and continued to watch. The astral form martial artist kept flying and saw 4 star demon in a row before leaving the mountains. After leaving the mountains, the astral form martial artist looked around and made sure that there was no one around before returning. Jiang Changkong watched him fly all the way to a building complex near his territory, 500 miles away. Jiang family's territory. The astral form martial artist entered building, went up to the 7th floor, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Jiang Changkong was a little surprised. I destroyed the Jiang family's astral form peak and destroyed the research site, and you still have the mood to cultivate? Shouldn't you be thinking of ways to silence me after discovering some research? He was a little confused. This is not normal. After thinking for a while, Jiang Changkong called Hu Qinglan. Officer Hu, do you have time? Just call me Qinglan. What's the matter? Hu Qinglan asked. Jiang Changkong thought for a while and said, I want to ask you for a copy of the Jiang family's information. We're neighbors now, so I have to get to know them better. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Hu Qinglan replied and hung up. Soon the information was sent. Jiang Changkong looked at the information. It showed that the Jiang family did have an early-stage astral form martial artist. However, this astral form martial artist had gone out 2 years ago and was not in the Jiang family. And a year ago, the two brothers of the Jiang family, two astral form peak martial artists, split the Jiang family's territory in two. The one Jiang Changkong killed was the second brother of the Jiang family. The astral form martial artist was an expert he recruited, not a member of the Jiang family. In that case, it was impossible for him to wait for the astral form martial artist to come over and kill him to get the astral crystals. Should I give it to Hui Qinglan now? Jiang Changkong pondered. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to destroy the Jiang family. The eldest brother of the Jiang family was not involved in this matter. Only the second brother and the astral form martial artist knew about it. The second brother of the Jiang family was already dead. If he went over and killed the astral form martial artist, the eldest brother of the Jiang family would probably have to thank him. Hui Qinglan suppressed her thoughts and sent another message. It was to solve the matter of the territory himself. She could help him in the name of a friend. In other words, he could come and go as he pleased in the territory. I call the shots in my territory. What's the token in his hand? Let's see how the Jiang family reacts and wait for him to come out. I'll look for Liangqiu Xuani first. Jiang Changkong dialed Liangqiu Xuani's number. Liangqiu Xuani's voice came over. Chang Kaisheng, you contacted me so quickly. Could it be that the territory has been leveled? Jiang Changkong smiled indifferently. Chang Yue has taken action. The astral crystal vein. Okay, this astral crystal vein is actually in your territory. Liangqiu Xuani sent a map. I've marked it out. It's a small one. Jiang Changkong's eyes flickered. Miss Xuani, you're really good. You figured out my territory, haven't you? I thought you would say that it's in someone else's territory and ask me to fight with other forces. Why would I? Xuani has no ill intentions towards City Lord Jiang. As for City Lord Jiang's territory, I only know a little about it. Liangqiu Xuani's tone was calm and fast. She had indeed prepared a small astral crystal vein for Jiang Changkong to participate in the fight for. However, Jiang Changkong's strength had increased too quickly. Jiang Changyue had directly leveled up with the star demon at the peak of the astral body realm. She could only change it at the last minute. Jiang Changkong might not be interested in a small astral crystal vein. Jiang Changkong smiled. Thank you, Miss Xuani. If you have time, come to my territory. I'll definitely treat you well. Liangqiu Xuani was still calm. I'd better not come. I don't feel safe in front of you. Damn poker face. Jiang Changkong muttered and hung up. Liangqiu Xuani. Just you wait. One day I'll beat you to death. He's so familiar with my territory. I forgot to ask him. He doesn't know about the star demon. Jiang Changkong stood up and turned into a ray of light. Let me personally explore that small astral crystal vein and those star demon. If it was the peak of the astral body realm, I won't stand on ceremony. Chapter 278. This time, Jiang Changkong didn't use the Holy Sun Ball. Instead, he chose the soul-controlling art. The soul-controlling art was invisible, so he could use it to hide. Of course, if it was a mid-stage astral state warrior, he wouldn't be able to hide. The invisible light ball didn't cause any ripples. Jiang Changkong arrived at the place marked by Liangqiu Xuani. The invisible astral power entered the ground, and the situation underground appeared in his mind. Pieces of star crystals appeared in his mind and connected to form a mine. There really is a star crystal mine. Not bad. Jiang Changkong pondered for a while and then rushed into the distance. This time, Jiang Changkong didn't follow the route of an astral state warrior. Instead, he went in a straight line. Soon, he found the first palace. The astral power in his body turned into the soul-controlling art and swept through the palace. The light ball floating in the palace didn't notice it. The peak of the astral state. This star demon was only at the peak of the astral state. It didn't rush to move. Jiang Changkong continued to sweep the place. The astral power entered the ground, and he found many star arrays, but they weren't activated. The belly of the mountain was empty. There were sophisticated instruments, human corpses with tubes stuck in them, and some living martial artists. A few astral embryonic star demon were operating the instruments. Jiang Chankong's expression was cold. The soul-controlling art directly controlled the star demon in the palace. The star demon lost control of the light ball and flew out of the palace. The star demon wanted to roar, but it couldn't move or make a sound. In a few breaths, the star demon appeared in front of Jiang Chankong. "What's your relationship with the Jiang family?" Jiang Chankong asked coldly. The star demon opened its mouth. "Who are you? Why are you here? Answer my question, and you can live," Jiang Chankong said coldly. The star demon's eyes flashed, and it opened its mouth again. Roar, buzz. The star demon's body trembled, and a faint figure flew out of its body. Jiang Chankong stared at it coldly. "You've talked too much. Now, are you willing to talk?" The star demon's soul trembled as it pounced at Jiang Chankong. Jiang Chankong furrowed his brows. The soul-governing art swept over and crushed his soul. Another tough nut to crack. It'll be hard to deal with him. Jiang Chankong sighed and put away the corpse. He checked his spatial equipment at the same time. His harvest this time was not small. There were 10,000 low-grade star crystals, 5,000 mid-grade star crystals, 3,000 high-grade star crystals, and 1,000 top-grade star crystals. It was already sufficient for one of his martial arts to reach the pinnacle of late stage. After some thought, Jiang Chankong went to look for the star demon from the other palaces. Using the old method, he brought out a star demon, interrogated it, and killed it without saying a word. The harvest was actually the same. These 4 star demons' harvest was going to be split equally. If he could kill the remaining 2, it would definitely be enough for him to complete another martial art. He suddenly realized that the star demon was the richest. An image appeared in his mind. The Jiang family's celestial body martial artist was making a move. He opened the secret compartment on the wall and revealed a small space. Jiang Chankong's eyes turned red. It was all star crystals. The celestial body martial artist took the star crystals and left the Jiang family's territory. "The star demon is here. He can't run away. I'll go and kill that guy first." Jiang Chankong put away the star demon's corpse and flew away. He originally wanted to see the Jiang family's reaction, but he didn't want to see it anymore. He would kill this guy first. The star crystals that filled the small room were definitely more abundant than the star demon. The celestial body martial artist left with the star crystals and flew at full speed, not daring to stop at all. Jiang Chankong caught up with the celestial body martial artist in less than 15 minutes. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move because he stopped. There was still a big fish below. A middle-aged man had been waiting for a long time. "Sir, this is the star stones that I have accumulated over the years," the celestial body martial artist said respectfully. The middle-aged man glanced at him. "It's a little. Did you say that Jiang Changyue is here?" "Yes, Jiang Changyue killed the second son of the Jiang family. I'm afraid our line in the Jiang family will be broken." After saying that, a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of the celestial body martial artist's eyes. "Should we kill that old thing from the Jiang family? Since the Jiang family's line is broken, let him make his final contribution to the research." The middle-aged man nodded calmly. His eyes were cold. "Think of a way to sneak into Jiang Chankong's territory." "Sir, I'm afraid it won't be easy to sneak into Jiang Chankong's territory. He didn't recruit experts from the outside." The celestial body martial artist was a little embarrassed. His expression became serious. "Moreover, should we withdraw our research team?" "Why should we withdraw? What does this have to do with us? It's all the evil star demon's doing." The middle-aged man smiled indifferently. As he opened and closed his eyes, starlight flowed. Leave that early-stage star body, star demon to him. If we can invite Huqinglan, she can also contribute to our final effort. The celestial body martial artist was still a little hesitant. Yes, but sir, do you really want to sneak into Jiang Changkong's territory? We must sneak in and find out what Jiang Changkong obtained in the Battle Palace. As long as you complete this task, I will guarantee that you will reach the peak of the celestial body martial artist. A trace of passion flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. They had been searching for the things in the Battle Palace for so long, but in the end, Jiang Changkong and the others had benefited. Thank you, sir. I will definitely, if you want to know what I obtained, why don't you come and get it yourself? The void fluctuated. The invisible soul governing art dissipated, and Jiang Changkong's figure appeared. Jiang Changkong, why are you here? The middle-aged man's expression changed. The celestial body martial artist also looked at him in fear. He never expected that Jiang Changkong would suddenly appear. Early stage, star body martial artist, not bad. Jiang Changkong stared at him, his eyes burning as if he was looking at prey. An early stage star body martial artist, and the star crystal he had just obtained. This person was worth killing. Damn you, Jiang Changkong. I didn't go looking for you, but you actually dared to come looking for me. The middle-aged man's eyes shot out 3 feet of starlight, and the monstrous star power was like an ocean. In an instant, it swallowed a radius of several miles, and a yellow star rose from the ocean of star power. If you hid in your territory, with Huqinglan and the others looking after you, I wouldn't dare to touch you. Now you are courting death. The cold words contained a trace of excitement. Everything was clear now that the things in the Battle Palace had captured Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. You will be the first person to die under my 3 great celestial bodies. With a loud bang, the star power and the sacred sun surged into the sky. White clouds lingered, and the pale qi was no weaker than the sacred sun Tai Chi was in the middle, balancing the 2 great celestial bodies. The 3 great celestial bodies appeared at the same time. 3 great celestial bodies. You have indeed obtained the mysteries of the Battle Palace and merged 3 kinds of celestial bodies. Although it is not the moon, sun, or the power rune battle body, it is still terrifying. Starlight flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he was full of excitement. Using 3 great celestial bodies at the same time was an unprecedented method. It was also the method they wanted to obtain. With a wave of his hand, the monstrous star power swept up and sent the celestial body martial artist away. The middle-aged man raised his palm, and a long sword appeared in his hand. He took the lead and attacked first. Let me see how strong you are with the 3 great celestial bodies. It is enough to kill you. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The sunset covered the sky, and the setting sun's saber appeared. He raised his left palm, and white clouds gathered. The saber light and palm energy complemented each other under the harmony of the Tai Chi celestial body, and there was no conflict. Earth Star. The middle-aged man raised his sword, and the yellow stars appeared. Mysterious patterns interweaved on the stars. Chapter 279. The heavenly body realm was comparable to the heavenly body realm. When he attacked with his full strength, it was said that he could move the stars. The stars he condensed were comparable to the stars. Of course, it was only comparable. Moreover, the person in front of him was only at the early stage of the heavenly body realm. The sword of the setting sun fell, and the Taiji palm force dispersed the force. They clashed, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The ground within a radius of 50 kilometers was overturned and collapsed. A terrifying air wave swept in all directions. The heavenly body realm cultivators in the distance were seriously injured and rolled away. Jiang Changkong's figure drifted backward. He stepped on the star force and floated in the aftermath of the star force. The middle-aged man also retreated with a serious look. Not bad. You're not weaker than an ordinary, early-stage, heavenly body, realm, cultivator. Jiang Changkong looked at him indifferently. Looks like you think you're not ordinary. Of course. Although I haven't reached the peak of the early-stage, heavenly body realm, I still have the means to kill you. The middle-aged man smiled proudly. The sword in his hand vibrated and a yellow light rushed up from the ground. The stars gathered and absorbed the light, charging towards Jiang Changkong. 3 times the stars. The stars suddenly enlarged and shot towards Jiang Changkong like a real star. Jiang Changkong's body sank. The so-called 3 times the stars were just 3 times the gravity. He wasn't afraid at all. A vast Taiji diagram appeared with a sun on one side and a white cloud on the other. The Taiji diagram rotated and the incoming stars paused slightly. Almost 40% of their power flew back. The remaining power, the sun and the white cloud, erupted at the same time. Boom! The stars exploded and the monstrous star power, led by the sun and the white cloud, merged with 40% of the power and went straight for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He waved his sword and the stars gathered. Pucci! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated, dispersing the force. 9 heavens cloud. Jiang Changkong used his palm force again. White clouds surrounded and covered 100 miles, blocking vision. Good move. The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Changkong. Only half. You've only seen it now. Jiang Changkong used half of his god-reigning art and the other half of his force pattern battle prowess. His blood chi was torrential and extremely strange. The middle-aged man's heart sank. There were more than 3 celestial bodies. Power pattern formation. Jiang Changkong raised his palm and a torrential blood chi gathered in the white clouds, connecting to the power rune star formation. You. Just as the middle-aged man opened his mouth, he felt a terrifying sense of danger. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, and stars appeared. Dang! The formless energy descended, shaking the long sword. Wherever the spirit governing art passed, the stars cracked, and the middle-aged man was forced to retreat. As the power rune star array took shape, boundless blood energy converged, and Jiang Changkong's body expanded dramatically. 3-foot golden body. Boom! The invisible force appeared again. The middle-aged man's expression sank. The stars around him were like ropes wrapping around his legs. The star power was activated, and the blood and chi were broken. Then he raised his sword again. 1,000 star guide. With a single strike, the middle-aged man's soul trembled, and blood seeped out of his 7 apertures. The power of the soul-governing art actually penetrated through the stargate and directly attacked the soul. Great Yin and Great Yang. Jiang Changkong changed his celestial body again. With a single thought, it changed in an instant. Yin and Yang intertwined, perfectly matching the Tai Chi Yin-Yang celestial body. Facing the oncoming sword, a terrifying gravity attacked him, and the Tai Chi rotated, dissipating 60% of the power. Saber of Sunset, Overlord Blade Moon Haze. After slashing out with the 2 blades, Jiang Changkong recovered the power of the power rune and the soul-governing art. He drew 60% of the astral power into the middle-aged man's body at the same time. Kid, your soul technique is not bad, but the middle-aged man forcibly activated his astral power to block the 2 blades, but the power of the Overlord Blade Moon Haze was able to kill him without injuring him. A surge of tyrannical blade chi rushed into his body, wreaking havoc and turning his internal organs into powder. The astral power in his body quickly suppressed the blade chi, but the soul-governing art had already arrived. It directly wrapped around the middle-aged man's soul and pulled it out of the stargate. Boom! The saber of sunset fell, and the astral power spread in all directions. The power rune star array couldn't withstand it and cracked. Jiang Changkong activated the soul-governing art and half of the middle-aged man's soul was exposed, still struggling to return to his body. He fully activated the soul-governing art, and the magnificent astral power forcibly pulled the middle-aged man's soul out. Early-stage astral body realm martial artist soul could leave the body. Once it left the body, it would be rootless duckweed at Jiang Changkong's mercy. His body was almost transparent. Jiang Changkong looked at the middle-aged man's soul. "You can't take the sun and moon out of here." The soul struggled violently. "Jiang Changkong, the Celestial Palace will never let you go." "It's really the Celestial Palace." "Come, tell me the news of the Celestial Palace." Jiang Changkong looked at him indifferently. "Dai bang!" The soul exploded. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the middle-aged man's body flew over. He took off the interspatial equipment and said excitedly, "The Celestial Palace is indeed rich. I just arrived in the Void Realm, and they already gave me such a big gift." The mountain of starstones had been taken care of. With a thought, the power of the sacred sun appeared and burned the body. Inside the body, the internal organs had been turned into powder. If the soul was stuffed back, it would be impossible to resurrect. He kept the starstones and went back to count them. For now, he would go find the astral body martial artist. The martial artist had not left yet. He was probably waiting for his master to win. There was also a token in the middle-aged man's interspatial equipment. There was a trace of soul power on it, but it had already dissipated. Jiang Changkong arrived in front of the astral body martial artist. "What are you waiting for?" "Jiang Changkong, you, the astral body martial artist retreated and pointed at Jiang Changkong. He could not say a word for a long time. Early-stage celestial body martial artist is just SOO. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. "Do you want to live or die?" You are willing to let me go?" The astral body martial artist was slightly startled and a little incredulous. "Your master asked you to lurk around me. I can give you this opportunity," Jiang Changkong said lightly, "but the premise is that you must be obedient." The astral body martial artist: "Since I am lurking around you, how can I be obedient?" "Tell me, what is the Immortal Palace researching?" Jiang Changkong asked. "I don't know, I really don't know. I only know that the Immortal Palace is researching humans at every stage. They even capture ordinary people from Earth and in the Void Realm." The astral body martial artist said everything in one go. There were many such research bases in the Void Realm, and the Jiang family was just one of them. His mission was to find a way to lure martial artists over or capture them and send them over. He would let the star demons study them. As for the star crystals and star stones on the martial artists, he and the star demon would split them in half. He could not use any of the star crystals and star stones he obtained and had to give them all to the Immortal Palace. Of course, the so-called half was something he could not handle. He took all the things he could handle and did not give any to the star demon. The second son of the Jiang family was also instigated by him to cooperate with the star demon, but he did not know about the Immortal Palace. What about the old guy from the Jiang family? The old guy from the Jiang family did not go to explore at all. He was suppressed by Master and the star demon. That star demon is in the early stage of the star body realm. He is now locked up with the star demon. Since he may still be useful, he has not been killed. The astral body martial artist lowered his head and did not dare to look at him. Of course, the star demon is also studying him. He is a very precious research material. Precious research material. A murderous intent flashed in Jiang Changkong's eyes, but he instantly restrained it. Will the Immortal Palace still contact you if this person is dead? The astral body was slightly stunned and finally understood why Jiang Changkong kept him alive. It was to wait for the people from the Immortal Palace to take the bait. Chapter 280. Jiang Changkong returned to his territory with the astral warrior. This person was called Lin Nanfeng, a member of the Immortal Palace. They belonged to the Research Palace and didn't know the situation of the other palaces. Jiang Chongkong found a place to sit down. I've killed many people from the Immortal Palace. You're the first coward. Lin Nanfeng looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, "Don't be ashamed. If you weren't a coward, you'd be dead by now. In other words, you're adapting to circumstances, and you're just seeking survival." Lin Nanfeng was silent and didn't know what to say. "Now, tell me about the situation in my territory." Jiang Chongkong looked at the territory, the situation of the star demon. 4 peak star demon, 1 early star demon, and even stronger star demon in the deeper areas. These star demons have their own forces and territories and won't go to other territories easily. Lin Nanfeng found his value. The Immortal Palace only roped in an early star demon here. That's it. Also, these star demons control some relics, star crystal veins, medicinal herbs, and so on. Lin Nanfeng hurriedly said, "The star demon roped in by the Immortal Palace has a relic in its territory. Ordinary star warriors don't dare to go there easily. The other star demons didn't come to snatch it?" Jiang Chongkong was slightly surprised. How could an early star warrior occupy a place that even star warriors didn't dare to go there easily? No, because there are fewer things there. The best things that appear are only low-grade, 9th grade. There are many dangers inside, and it's a thankless task. Even the Lord of the Immortal Palace isn't interested. Lin Nanfeng explained. Jiang Chongkong nodded. "Do you know Liangqiu Xuani?" Lin Nanfeng shook his head. "Liangqiu Xuani? I only know of the Liangqiu family. Is Liangqiu Xuani a high-level warrior of the Liangqiu family? Looks like you don't know." Jiang Chongkong was not disappointed. He just wanted to give it a try. "The phone I got from killing the star demon is encrypted. Can you unlock it?" "I can't open it. It's set up by the star demon themselves. I hand it over to you every time." "What's in this token?" "The token of the Immortal Palace represents one's identity. Now that the Lord is dead, your token is useless." Jiang Chongkong played with the token in his hand. The golden token was engraved with the word Gong. "It's useless after death?" Lin Nanfeng said, "The Immortal Palace also has people who practice soul martial arts. They can extract the soul energy of the people in the Immortal Palace. If they die, they will sense it." Jiang Chongkong understood. "All right, I'll check the spoils of war first. You go to the side and rest." After asking the questions, Jiang Chongkong started to count the star crystals. The harvest this time was too great. Compared to this, the harvest from the Battle Palace was not even a fraction. Of course, it was not just one stronghold. That star warrior had obviously plundered the other strongholds. 7th grade star crystals, inferior, 300,000 pieces. Middle grade, 250,000 pieces. High grade, 130,000 pieces. High grade, 50,000 pieces. 8th grade star crystals were relatively rare. Inferior, 36,000 pieces. Middle grade, 20,000 pieces. High grade, 10,000 pieces. High grade, 3,000 pieces. Coupled with the previous harvest, it was enough for him to reach the peak of the astral body for 5 martial arts. If he killed the star demon, he might be able to reach the peak of all 8 martial arts. Thinking of this, Jiang Chongkong looked at Lin Nanfeng. "Do you know where that stellar-level star demon is?" Lin Nanfeng understood what he meant immediately. "I know. You want to kill him?" Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, "My wasteland also needs to be cleaned in preparation for reclamation. I can bring you there." Lin Nanfeng did not hesitate. Since he had already told him everything, he could just bring him there. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand. "Tomorrow. It's already late. Find a building to rest in. Don't disturb me." Lin Nanfeng turned and entered a building. Jiang Chongkong left the base and found a place to break through. He decided to upgrade all 5 martial arts to the peak of the astral body at once. Tai Chi Yin Yang art, Tai Yin Yang art, Tai Yin Yang art, Tai Chi golden body. These 5 martial arts would be upgraded together. White Cloud 9-tier sutra, Tyrant blade, and advanced battle body diagram would be left for next time. The advanced battle body star diagram was actually quite useful to him. He could understand the power pattern star array and open it with a thought. However, in comparison, it was more worthwhile to upgrade the 5 martial arts first. The power pattern star body would also upgrade the Tai Chi golden body. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong no longer hesitated and upgraded the 5 martial arts at the same time. This time he suppressed the star power fluctuations so that they did not spread too far. The star array lines became more complicated and the power pattern became thicker. It was already twice as thick as it was in the Sin domain. When he reached the near God level, he should be able to have power patterns that were a few feet thick. With the 5 astral bodies evolving at the same time, Jiang Changkong's defense and resistance to the corresponding elements were also increasing. The star power in his body was vast and boundless, and it fused into every inch of his flesh and blood. After continuously evolving and stepping into the peak of the astral body, whether it was the star power, the strength of his body, or pure strength, they had all increased by a few times. 8 power patterns. If he were to fight with an early-stage star body martial artist again, he was confident that he could only use one type of astral body. Next, if he were to face an early-stage star body martial artist, he would also be able to defeat the early-stage star body star demon. How dare they research the human body in his wasteland and steal his resources? They must be tired of living. Jiang Changkong, peak astral body advanced middle grade martial art. Tai Chi golden body, perfected 1/43rd. 2 million Tai Chi Yin Yang art, perfected 1/43rd. 2 million tyrant blade, Deshang 1/7. 2 million holy sun art, perfected 1/43rd. 2 million imperial spirit art, perfected 1/43rd. 2 million bright moon art, perfected 1/43rd. 2 million white cloud 9-fold sutra, Deshang 1/7. 2 million advanced middle grade array art, battle body star formation, incomplete Deshang 1/7. 2 million essence, vitality, and spirit 1038185. For inch, if this goes on, won't one of my martial arts exceed 100 million by the time I reach the perfected star body level? The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. Could the void realm afford to support him? Why don't I see if I can flatten the void realm? If it really doesn't work, I'll embark on an expedition to the starry sky. Well, Lin Nanfeng has to stay for a while longer. The rich immortal palace is my goal in the future, Jiang Changkong murmured. It seemed that only the immortal palace could afford to support him now. The next time he killed someone from the immortal palace, he must use the imperial spirit art to preserve the soul power on the token so that he could borrow the token. Tomorrow I'll go kill the star demon. Whether all of us can step into the peak of the astral body depends on them. Jiang Changkong turned into the imperial spirit art light ball, entered the building, and floated above Lin Nanfeng. Unfortunately, that guy only cared about cultivating, and the people from the immortal palace did not contact him. Early the next morning, Jiang Changkong flew out of the building ahead of time and manifested. His phone rang. It was a letter from Hua Qinglan. Professor Yun and the others had rushed over and would arrive at the base in 2 days at the latest. Lin Nanfeng got up early and stood at the side, waiting for him to speak. Let's go and take care of the 2 astral star demon first. Jiang Changkong turned into a holy sun light ball. Lin Nanfeng was slightly stunned. 2? It should be 4. After you left them, I killed 2 yesterday. Lin Nanfeng suddenly felt horrified and his hair stood on end. That guy kept looking at him. He felt that the people from the immortal palace did not die unjustly, but lurking around Jiang Changkong. Which idiot from the immortal palace came up with this stupid suggestion? Chapter 281. Lin Nanfeng pointed the way, while Jiang Changkong flew with him. Under the soul-reigning art and the invisible ball of light, Lin Nanfeng finally understood why Jiang Changkong was not discovered when he followed him to meet the middle-aged man. If Jiang Changkong did not fluctuate his astral powers, those weaker than him would not be able to discover him at all. The territory occupied by humans in the Void Realm could only be considered a corner of it. The rest of the land was either occupied by the Star Demon, or it was a barren land that only top warriors could set foot in. There were many fortuitous encounters in this place, and ruins could be said to be everywhere. In Jiang Changkong's barren land, the Star Demon occupied one of the ruins in the early stages of the star level. There were even better ruins and resources in the deeper areas. On average, 1 out of every 10 territories had a relic. Of course, most of the known ruins in the Void Realm had been exploited by the Star Demon. The Star Demon would only look down on those that were of little value, and the gains could not be compared to the effort, so he would keep them. Lin Nanfeng thought about it and said in a low voice, "I'll lure them out later, and you can do it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just capture them." Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. The soul-reigning art could capture the remaining 2-star demon silently. Lin Nanfeng did not say anything else. Jiang Changkong's ability made him feel worthless. If the Immortal Palace still did not contact him, and he was worthless, then there was only one fate waiting for him. That was death. There was no other choice, unless Jiang Changkong could treat him as one of his own. But Lin Nanfeng felt that Jiang Changkong would not trust him. The invisible ball of light landed on a mountain peak, and an invisible force spread out. This group of Star Demon is really careless. They don't even know that 2 of them are missing. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He first came to the Star Demon Palace that he killed. In the belly of the mountain, the Star Demon was still studying and did not realize that the Star Demon at the peak of the celestial body in the palace had disappeared. These Star Demon usually don't come out. If something happens, I'll inform him in advance. It's normal that he didn't notice. Lin Nanfeng explained. Once a powerhouse really came, he would inform the Star Demon who was at the peak of the astral body. However, he didn't expect Jiang Changkong to keep staring at him. Jiang Changkong led him to the next palace. "You could have called the Star Demon earlier. Why did you come in person?" The Star Demon's cell phones all use their own networks. They won't use human networks to avoid being monitored. The Immortal Palace doesn't allow us to use the Star Demon network to prevent us from being monitored and eavesdropped on. Lin Nanfeng's expression darkened. The Star Demon's technology is not much weaker than that of humans. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. "Then, do you also use your own network?" "Yes. I heard that the Immortal Palace has its own intranet, which is called the Immortal Net. Only official members can log into the Immortal Net and check some information about the Immortal Palace." Lin Nanfeng sighed and said helplessly, "I've worked for the Immortal Palace for many years, but I'm just a peripheral member." "The Immortal Palace does a good job in keeping secrets," Jiang Changkong said. "The secrecy is only average. It's just that they handle the tale well. The Immortal Palace infiltrates the human race and the Star Demon race. Everything can be handled cleanly." Lin Nanfeng said in a low voice, "So if you want to be enemies with the Immortal Palace, you'd better think carefully. We're here." Jiang Changkong didn't answer him. The soul-controlling art swept out, and a ball of light flew out of the palace and came in front of the 2. Lin Nanfeng looked at the scene. Starlight flashed in his eyes, and there was a hint of horror in them. An illusory soul flew out of the Star Demon's body, turned into fragments, and dissipated in the air. After collecting the Star Stones and the Star Demon's body, Jiang Changkong flew to the last palace. Then Lin Nanfeng became silent. Jiang Changkong killed too quickly. He killed the Star Demon at the peak of the astral form like killing a chicken. Even an ordinary stellar warrior wouldn't be able to do it so easily. The last Star Demon at the peak of the astral form also didn't escape the fate of having its soul shattered. Lin Nanfeng pointed to the front. The star demon at the early astral form is in the mountain ahead. The old master of the Jiang family is also locked up there. Take me there. When you come back, the rest are the star demon. I'll leave them to you, Jiang Changkong said lightly. Yes, Lin Nanfeng said respectfully. You change your identity very quickly. Jiang Changkong chuckled and soared into the sky. The two came to a mountain. Jiang Changkong's eyes were calm. There were also many star arrays here, and they were all lower grade 9. If he hadn't broken through, it would have taken him some effort to come here. But now he could completely ignore it. You go and deal with the star demon. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and asked Lin Nanfeng to leave. He went in alone. He felt a powerful aura at the early astral form. The God-controlling art passed through invisibly, and the star arrays didn't trigger. On the mountain, there was a huge palace that could defend against the attacks of ordinary astral form warriors. A golden star the size of a basketball, with mysterious interweaving patterns, floated above the main seat of the palace. He wasn't in a hurry to act. The God-controlling art seeped into the belly of the mountain. There was also a star demon studying it, as well as 2 star demons at the late astral form. An old man was soaked in stardew, his body full of tubes. Who? The golden star vibrated, and a short and ugly star demon appeared. 3 feet of starlight burst out, like a sharp blade, and slashed at the God-controlling art. You only found me now? You star demon doesn't have much ability. Jiang Changkong appeared, the scorching sun blade floating beside him. The short star demon's expression was solemn, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Who are you? When did such a strong expert appear here? You are in my territory, and you still dare to ask me who I am? Jiang Changkong said coldly. The long blade shook the void, and the blade light slashed out. From today onwards, this place belongs to Jiang. Wasteland number 53. The star demon's eyes turned cold. Golden stars gathered, and the palace emitted endless starlight. It was a star formation. With a boom, the blade light and the stars exploded at the same time. Jiang Changkong's figure flew back, and he pressed his palm down. Invisible star power penetrated into the ground. Rumble. The mountain shook, and the belly of the mountain collapsed. The instruments were destroyed, and the tubes were broken. The old man, soaked in the liquid, suddenly opened his eyes, and stars shone in them. What did you do? Sensing the change, the star demon's expression turned cold. His sharp claws created ripples in the void, and he gathered the power of the star formation. I just let an old man out. Don't be so nervous. Jiang Changkong's figure retreated quickly. The holy sun shone, and the power of the holy sun shattered the killer move and the golden claw light. Rumble. The monstrous star power shook the mountain, but the old man didn't come out. He is already exhausted. You want another helper, but your plan has failed. The star demon roared, and the star formation outside emitted endless starlight. The golden star power was like a sharp sword, emitting terrifying sword chi. Boundless power gathered and fused into the star demon's body. His aura and strength instantly increased. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed, and the holy sun changed. Golden and red patterns intertwined, and a monstrous blood chi shattered the entire palace, and the mountain cracked. Boundless blood chi formed a formation, and the power pattern opened the formation. He planned to use pure strength to destroy this star demon. Roar! The power pattern roared, and Jiang Changkong's body expanded. His blood chi surged, and his aura increased. A violent and ferocious aura appeared, and he was like an ancient beast. Chapter 282. The golden red force pattern celestial body and the star array formed by blood chi resonated with the celestial body. Boom! Jiang Changkong's punch landed. The space shook and the star array trembled. You're just getting bigger. I'm bigger than you. The palace collapsed. The star demon roared. Its body suddenly grew to 100 meters tall. Jiang Changkong, who had a 3-meter golden body, was like an ant in front of it. Its sharp claws slashed down like heavenly blades. The fist emitted a golden red light. It was invisible and silent, and it met the heavenly blades head-on. Boom! Like a clap of thunder, the 5 heavenly blades exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mess. How is this possible? The star demon was shocked. One punch actually shattered one of its hands. In anger, the star demon roared and triggered the monstrous star power. A star with a diameter of 100 meters was formed, emitting a terrifying sharpness. The metal star power was invincible. At the same time, a golden sword aura rushed up from the ground. The 9th grade star array was enough to trap ordinary stars. Jiang Changkong clenched his right fist. His force-pattern battle body emitted a golden red light as he punched the star. His left palm pressed down with an invisible force, and the sword aura collapsed. Rumble! The golden star array paused, and countless cracks appeared on it. The next moment, it suddenly exploded. The punch that shattered the star passed through the void and landed on the star demon's body. 1-star explosion punch. Bang! The 100-meter-tall star demon tumbled in the air. Blood, flesh, and scales scattered in the air. The invisible fist landed and shattered the endless sword aura. The star array trembled violently and cracks appeared on it. What kind of star power is this? You're not at the early stage star body realm. The star demon roared. Jiang Changkong's strength had definitely surpassed the early stage star body realm. The only reply he got was a punch. The fist energy shook the void, but there was no sound. The monstrous blood chi formed a formation and sealed the area within a 100-mile radius. Boom! The star demon's condensed star exploded again. Accompanied by Jiang Changkong's punch, half of its body exploded. Flesh and blood rained down. The flesh and blood that contained terrifying power cracked the ground, creating deep craters. Upon reaching the advanced realm, a single drop of blood would contain terrifying power. It was just like the drop of sun blood he had seen in the Twisted Land. Countless years had passed, but it was still comparable to Shingsong. Roar! With a roar, the star demon roared, and half of its body grew out rapidly. Numerous stars rose from the ocean of star power. I'll let you hit me. Die! Jiang Changkong's expression did not change. The 8 power tattoos in his body roared at the same time and rushed out of his body like 8 divine dragons. Rumble! 8 force patterns swept past, and the stars exploded, landing on the star demon's body. Terrifying power, the purest power. The star demon was turned into a bloody mist. However, he was still alive. The blood mist quickly condensed, and he recovered to his original state. It was just that his aura was much weaker. You can't kill me. The star demon's expression was ferocious, and the sharp teeth in his mouth were like fangs. His fingers were like knives, emitting terrifying power. Jiang Changkong pressed his left palm down, and the star array was completely broken. The mountain collapsed, and everything inside the mountain was exposed. Boom! Majestic starlight shot into the sky, and the fiery red light was dazzling. The old man stepped on the starlight and rushed into the sky. Thank you for saving my life, brother. The old man, who was covered in crimson flames, cupped his hands and said, You rest first. I'll kill this thing first. Jiang Changkong's eyes turned cold. He opened his right hand, and an invisible force rose again. An invisible giant hand that blotted out the sky came crashing down. Roar! The star demon roared, and its star power was vast and mighty. However, the invisible giant hand was too strong. It forcibly suppressed the star power and smashed it to the ground. The old man's eyes flashed with red light, and 2 fiery red stars were faintly visible. He knew how strong the star demon was. With the help of the star array, Even a peak early-stage star body warrior would not be able to do anything to it. But now, it was completely pressed to the ground. Boom! The ground cracked and the mountain collapsed. Everything within a radius of several miles was destroyed. Jiang Chongkong swooped down, and the golden red star shone with mysterious starlight, and an invisible force fell. Boom! The star demon exploded again and turned into a blood mist. It started to recover and then exploded again. Every time Jiang Chongkong punched, the star demon would explode. The old man turned into a fiery red star, and countless patterns intertwined to recover the star power. Seeing the star demon explode again and again, the old man said, "Should we seal it and take it away? It's easy to attract other star demon here, and it has a good friend." Roar! Just as he finished speaking, a roar was heard. A giant star demon roared and flew over from the sky. The old man's expression changed slightly. "It's here. The peak early stage star body warrior. The peak early stage star body warrior, and it still hasn't reached the mid-stage. How useless!" Jiang Chongkong released his hand and used the invisible fist force to suppress the star demon. Looking at the approaching star demon, the old man's expression was awkward. Jiang Chongkong's words also included him in the scolding. "Save me!" A weak voice came out from the star demon's mouth. The giant star demon paused for a moment, then turned around and ran. "I just happened to pass by. Goodbye." It knew that with its good friend's ability in the stars, it wouldn't be able to win. Now that it was being suppressed, what was the point of it coming? What could it use to save it? "Since you're here, don't leave." The force-runed star shone with starlight, and the old man punched out. A huge azure star fell with a loud rumble. Boom! The star exploded, and the fist landed on the star demon's body. Blood, flesh, and scales scattered, and the giant body rolled. "The peak early stage star body warrior. You can't save him." Jiang Chongkong sneered, and an invisible force fell. "I'm just passing by. I don't know him," the giant star demon hurriedly said, and its body slowly retreated. Jiang Chongkong leaped forward and punched again. "You can't even pass by. This is my territory. I call the shots." The blue star rose again and exploded again. The giant star demon roared, "Human, I don't belong here. In your words, I'm the property of another territory. You have no right to kill me. Bullsh *T. Since you're in my territory, you're mine." Jiang Chongkong's eyes were cold. As the star demon exploded, the invisible force suppressed it again. The old man's expression changed slightly. "I know this star demon. His territory isn't far from here. There are mid-stage star body warriors there, but they've gone to explore. That's right. If you kill me, you're robbing the property of a mid-stage star body warrior." The star demon exploded again. The old man said calmly, "Whoever has the ability to take you down will be the property of the person who intrudes into their territory." Jiang Chongkong pondered for a while. "Do you know which territory it is? If it's close, I'll go there after a while." Although they've gone to explore, it's not like they won't come back. It's not good for you to go there directly, right?" The old man was slightly shocked. The star demon running over and Jiang Chongkong killing his way over were two completely different things. Directly killing his way over would be robbing other people's resources. If things went wrong, it might even lead to a huge battle to the death. "How can I let the star demon sleep next to my bed? Those near me, I'll kill them all sooner or later." Jiang Chongkong's expression was cold. If these people didn't kill the star demon, he would kill them himself. They would all become his resources. These star demon were too rich. If he killed a few more of them, star body warriors would definitely not be a problem. In fact, he could even look forward to becoming a top-notch warrior. The old man's mouth twitched. This was probably a killer. "Then what do you plan to do? This star demon isn't easy to kill. Its recovery ability is too strong. Beat it half to death, then it'll be easy to kill." Jiang Chongkong said calmly, The first star demon was almost done. Chapter 283. Jiang Changkong couldn't pull out the middle-aged man's soul when he used the soul-controlling art against him. These astral cultivators had some control over their souls. Now that his strength had increased, it shouldn't be a problem to beat him half to death. The old man looked at him, and his body changed until it became transparent. An invisible wave of astral power pulled out an illusory star demon. Soul, more than one star body. The old man was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Changkong's strength to be more than this. Jiang Changkong crushed the soul and searched through the spatial equipment. Soul Reaper, you actually know the lost Soul Reaper art. The huge star demon screamed in fear, its body trembling. Jiang Changkong pulled out the soul again, and the second astral star demon died. He searched through the spatial equipment and found a large number of star crystals. Although it couldn't compare to the people from the Immortal Palace, 2 astral star demon added up was a lot. There were also the other star embryos and star demon. They would be another source of income. Jiang Changkong rushed into the mountain. Some of the star embryos and star demon died in the aftermath, while others were heavily injured. He killed them all and took their star crystals. After thinking for a bit, Jiang Changkong decided to take the instruments with him. Professor Yin and the rest were coming. If he kept these instruments, he could save some money. After that, Jiang Changkong turned into a ball of holy light and found the old man. "You're the old man of the Jiang family?" The old man cupped his hands. "Yes, thank you for saving my life. How should I address you?" Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "I'm your neighbor, Jiang Changkong. Wasteland number 53 is now mine. So you're my neighbor. We should visit each other more often in the future." The old man was excited. "I'm Jiang Zhiqiao. Let's go. We'll talk about it later. Let me tell you first, my friend killed your second son." Jiang Changkong told him what happened. Jiang Zhiqiao's face was full of anger. "That unfilial son. I shouldn't have given birth to him." Jiang Zhiqiao's accident was also due to his second son's efforts. It was also because of this that he felt at ease to say it. The father was kind, the son was filial, and he would not cause trouble for himself by saving people. Jiang Changkong said lightly, "You'd better go back to the Jiang clan to take a look first. After that, come to my place. I have something to ask you. Also, Lin Nanfeng is now my man." "All right, I'll look for you as soon as I'm done with the Jiang family." Jiang Zhiqiao knew what he wanted to know. It was nothing more than research. Watching Jiang Zhiqiao leave, Jiang Changkong returned to the palace. Lin Nanfeng had yet to settle his affairs. Jiang Changkong had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and destroy the star demon. Move all these palaces and instruments back. Jiang Changkong took the space equipment he had plundered and left first. Lin Nanfeng could handle the rest of the trivial matters. Otherwise, what was the point of keeping him around? After returning to the palace, Jiang Changkong began to count his harvest. Rank 7 star crystal, low grade, 230,000 pieces. Middle rank, 140,000. High grade, 80,000. Top grade, 30,000. The rank 8 star crystals were actually more than the Immortal Palace's harvest. Low grade, 40,000. Mid grade, 20,000. Top grade, 10,000. Top grade, 5,000. 113 pieces of lower grade, 9th rank. Not counting the rank 9 star crystals. Total essence, breath, and spirit, 21. 7 million. This group of star demon is actually so rich. Jiang Changkong was a little excited, but he felt relieved in the blink of an eye. The 2 old stellar-level star demon had been developing here for God knows how many years. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't have this bit of resources. Even Lin Feng was a little too miserable. He didn't even accompany these star demon to carry their shoes. This harvest was enough for 3 of his martial arts to reach the peak of the astral body. He still had 100,000 left. and these star crystals were all handled. He really had to thank the star demon for knowing how to use star crystals and instruments, extracting essence, breath, and spirit to upgrade 3 martial arts: White Cloud 9-layer sutra, Tyrant blade, advanced star array. Majestic astral power fluctuated, and the celestial body began to transform. Mysterious patterns coiled around his body. With the upgrade of the advanced battle body star array, Jiang Changkong's force pattern celestial body became more complex. Although he had just reached the peak, his defense and strength had greatly improved. Although his defense and strength hadn't doubled, they had increased by several times. White cloud body, white cloud transformation. Tyrant blade, celestial body, invisible blade aura, injuring people from the inside out. With all 8 martial arts reaching the peak of the astral body, Jiang Changkong's strength took another big step forward. Jiang Changkong, peak of the astral body advanced mid-grade martial arts. 3-foot golden body, peak 143rd. 2 million Tai Chi Yin Yang art, peak 143rd. 2 million Tyrant blade, peak 143rd. 2 million Holy Sun art, peak 143rd. 2 million God controlling art, peak 143rd. 2 million Bright Moon art, peak 143rd. 2 million White Cloud 9-layer sutra, peak 143rd. 2 million advanced mid-grade array. Battle body star array, incomplete peak 143rd. 2 million essence, breath, and spirit, 113-8185. Foreseeing that each martial art required more than 40 million essence, breath, and spirit, Jiang Changkong didn't panic at all. 2 early-stage star body star demon provided 20 million essence, which was half of it. He killed 4 of them and perfected 1 martial art. In this way, 32 early-stage star body star demon should be enough. If he wanted to panic, he would have to wait until he reached the late-stage star body realm. The next time he faced an early-stage star body star demon, he could kill it directly. Lin Nanfeng came back. He wrapped the palace in his astral power and flew back. Jiang Changkong said grumpily, "Don't you have any spatial equipment?" "I'm worried that I'll crush the instrument. There's important data in it," Lin Nanfeng explained. He paused for a moment and said, "Congratulations, my lord. You've obtained a large star crystal vein." Jiang Changkong was stunned. "Ah, what large star crystal vein?" Lin Nanfeng was stunned. "The star body star demon has a large star crystal vein. You don't know?" "Well, I was busy killing the star demon and counting the harvest, so I didn't pay much attention." Jiang Changkong was a little embarrassed. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Nanfeng put down the palace and went deep into the mountains with Jiang Changkong again. When they came to the battlefield again, the mountain had collapsed and it was a mess. Lin Nanfeng brought him to a collapsed place. The astral power shattered the rocks and soil, revealing a mine. "It's here." Lin Nanfeng walked in first. Jiang Changkong probed it with the soul-controlling art. It really was a star crystal vein. However, most of it had been mined, and there wasn't much left. There were at most a few thousand pieces left. They were of good quality, 8th grade. "You should have told me earlier next time." Jiang Changkong was a little dissatisfied. Lin Nanfeng said aggrievedly, "You can't blame me. It's common sense. The territories occupied by the star demon all have star crystal veins. Without star crystal veins, the star demon would migrate. They would even prefer to wander around." "Okay, tell me where the ruins are." Jiang Changkong changed the topic. "Look at his spatial equipment. There should be a golden stone that can sense the ruins." Jiang Changkong took out the star demon's spatial equipment. There really was a golden stone with intertwined patterns inside. He infused it with astral power. A special feeling welled up in his heart. There seemed to be something in front of him on the left, calling him forward. The other star demon doesn't have such a thing. Doesn't he have ruins? Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. Lin Nanfeng's body stiffened. How many star demon did you kill? Chapter 284. There was only one early-stage starbody star demon here, and Jiang Changkong had killed 2 of them. Killing 2 early-stage starbody demons at the same time made him suspect that there was something wrong with the people that the Immortal Palace had sent. They might as well send a late-stage starbody demon or even a peak starbody demon to suppress Jiang Changkong. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible. Because of Hua Qinglan and the 3 families as allies, the Immortal Palace didn't dare to come to him directly. There were many people watching Jiang Changkong. Attacking him directly was the most unwise choice. I'm going to the relic to take a look. If there's nothing else, you can conquer the territory. There's no star demon here that can be your opponent. Oh, and pay close attention to this place. If any star demon comes close, kill them all. Jiang Changkong said and turned into an invisible ball of light, heading to the place where he sensed the relic. Although it was a useless relic, there were still good things inside. Also, he couldn't feel happy about the star crystal mine at the moment. 3 martial arts had reached perfection. This was something to be happy about. However, this was his territory. The star stones in the star demon's hands were all dug out from his mine. The star demon had also used God knows how many star crystals. Thinking about this, he couldn't feel happy at all. A small star crystal mine could produce tens of thousands of star crystals. Large ones. Never mind. The more he thought about it, the more painful it was. One day, he would conquer this place, and all the star crystals would be his. He flew in the air and killed the star demon occasionally. The starbody star demon was already dead. The other high-level star demons were also killed. The nearby star demons were all below the high-level level. Lin Nanfeng dealing with the remaining star demon was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. When Professor Yin and the others arrived, this place would basically be conquered. Soon, Jiang Changkong arrived at his destination. It was a small mountain that didn't look any different. Astral power poured into the stone again. The void in front of him suddenly fluctuated and emitted a faint golden light. The golden light condensed into a door. Jiang Changkong held the golden stone in his hand and flew into the golden door. After entering, the golden door disappeared. As soon as he passed through the stargate, starlight of various colors turned into various attacks and slashed down. These attacks weren't very powerful. They couldn't even break through his defenses. As soon as they came into contact with him, they all collapsed. This is an ancient battlefield. Jiang Changkong gazed ahead. In the vast space, all sorts of bones were piled up. There were humans and beasts. Starlight of various colors flew out from the bones, transforming into attacks. The soul governing art separated the white bones, and underneath the white bones there were still bones. However, these corpses were a bit different. There were some parts that were different colors and emitted starlight. This is astral power dissipation. It's a pity that his spirit has already dissipated. There's only a little bit of star power left and no essence, chi and spirit. Jiang Changkong felt somewhat regretful. These corpses should not be comparable to the corpses beside the lunar star steel in the Twisted Land when they were alive. The entire battlefield was filled with corpses. One could not see the end of the corpses, forming a sea of bones. Jiang Changkong flew through the air and scanned the area with the god-governing art. Buzz! Suddenly, a sharp ray of sword aura rushed over, which made even Jiang Changkong feel surprised. The astral power swept over, and the sword aura dissipated. Jiang Changkong used the god-governing art to separate the corpses, and a broken sword was exposed. This broken sword is only at the lower grade of the 9th grade, but it can release a sword aura that even I feel a little threatened. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and continued to use the god-governing art. He found that below the sea of bones was the route of the star array. With the help of the star array, the sword aura could make him feel a little threatened. After pondering for a while, Jiang Changkong's astral power vibrated and hit the line of the star array. Boom! The sea of bones shook and the corpses shattered, revealing more intertwining star array routes. Where the astral power bombarded, the star array routes remained unchanged. Such a star array is definitely beyond the star level, and it only has a little bit of power left. Jiang Changkong's eyes glinted. The star array hadn't exploded yet, and he couldn't shake it with one attack. If he did, he wouldn't be able to deal with such a star array. He didn't try to bombard it with all his strength. It would be terrible if the star array really exploded. Jiang Changkong continued to use the God-governing art. Occasionally there were sword auras, knife auras, and spear auras flying over, but he was able to neutralize them one by one. There were endless white bones. As he went deeper, there were more and more bones with different colors, and the attacks here were getting stronger. A few minutes later, when he was less than halfway there, a knife aura flew over and broke his defense. Looking at the blood dripping down, Jiang Changkong's face became gloomy. He looked ahead. Although he still couldn't see the end, he saw a golden corpse. The whole body was golden. It didn't turn white or overflow of astral power. I don't know how powerful this corpse was when it was alive. Jiang Changkong couldn't tell based on the color of the corpse. But the fact that the corpse was still intact and the power in the bones didn't dissipate meant that it was definitely a top martial artist when it was alive. Besides, he still couldn't find the end of the star array with the God-governing art. It was a huge star array. After thinking for a while, Jiang Changkong looked in another direction. This place was boundless. If he couldn't go forward, he could go left and right. He believed that the old star demon would have done the same thing. It was normal that he didn't find anything here. The old star demon had been here more than once. If there was anything good, he would have taken it away. However, he didn't find anything good in the old star demon's space equipment. Knife auras kept coming. After Jiang Changkong dissolved them, he put away the things below. Although it was only a fragment, it was still a low-grade, 9th-grade weapon. If he took it with him, he might be able to recast it and make a 9th-grade weapon or something. Just like that, Jiang Changkong kept searching. After searching for half an hour, Jiang Changkong stopped. The God-governing art separated the corpse, and a corpse with star symbols appeared. Jiang Changkong looked at the star symbols and his expression changed. It's related to the battle palace. The content of the star symbols was that a power rune cultivator would set up a shocking killing array and devour the flesh and blood of many cultivators to strengthen himself. This was a battlefield, but it could also be called a slaughterhouse. The power rune cultivator would absorb the flesh and blood of these cultivators to refine the power rune battle body. Jiang Changkong looked at the boundless battlefield with complicated emotions in his heart. He admired this person's strength. He could kill so many cultivators, and they were at least at the star level. However, he couldn't kill for no reason, just to improve himself. After putting down the corpse, Jiang Changkong continued to search. Soon, he found another corpse with star symbols. He took out the corpse. This time it was a vicious curse. Power Rune Battle Body Cultivator would die a horrible death. Jiang Changkong threw the corpse away. He didn't want to be angry with a corpse. Huh, what's that? It can survive here? Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A gray sapling was rooted in the sea of bones, absorbing starlight. Jiang Changkong flew through the air. When he came into contact with the sapling, a strong rebounding force forced him to take a few steps back. He was slightly shocked. The God-governing art separated the corpse, and a corpse with flesh and blood was exposed. The sapling grew from the corpse. A surging vitality spread out, causing Jiang Changkong's expression to change. He looked at the corpse with vigilance, and the energy in his body was pushed to the extreme. There's still vitality. Chapter 285. Astral power surged, but nothing happened to the corpse. Jiang Changkong used the soul raining art and found that the corpse was already dead. The vitality came from the roots of the sapling, which had taken root in the corpse. He thought that the corpse was still alive. Jiang Changkong thought for a while and reached for the sapling again while staying alert. The sapling shook and the counterforce came again. Jiang Changkong exerted all his strength to break through the counterforce and reached for the sapling. Then something strange happened. Jiang Changkong's hand went through the sapling. It wasn't a real body. Let's try the soul raining art. Jiang Changkong thought for a while and decided to give it a try. The astral power of the soul raining art rushed towards the sapling. This time, he didn't feel any counterforce. A cold and gloomy aura came. There was no color in the boundless darkness. A cold voice said, "Which level are we on now?" "The third level. Our soul power can only go up to this point." "Impossible. We've already reached the star level. How can we only reach the third level?" "We're really on the third level. I don't know why, but we can only go up by ourselves." Jiang Changkong whispered, "Judging from the voices, there are two people? Are they memories?" "If they were memories, they wouldn't be of much use." It was all darkness. "Who's talking?" Two voices came at the same time. Jiang Changkong was startled. They could still hear him? Wasn't this a memory? "Get out here!" Someone shouted. The darkness was stirred and the invisible astral power was fluctuating in the darkness. Jiang Changkong hesitated. He didn't know what was going on. He didn't know who these two star bodies were. So he didn't dare to touch them. Besides, he didn't know what the sapling was either. He didn't know what kind of danger he would face if he went down. "I wonder which expert you are. Please come out and meet me." Two voices came. It seemed that they hadn't noticed his astral power either. He thought for a while and asked, "Who are you?" "There are indeed people here. Please show yourself." "We're from the advanced star families," a proud voice said. "The advanced star families? Those ugly worm-like things?" Jiang Changkong said in disdain. He was so ugly, and yet he had the cheek to call himself a high-ranking star race. "You're not the star demon?" The two voices were taken aback. Jiang Changkong paused for a moment. "Of course not. That kind of ugly thing is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. So it's a human." Two voices asked excitedly, "Aren't you the star demon?" Jiang Changkong was stunned. "Of course not. It's just that sometimes using the name of the star demon makes things easier." "Where are you? Why can't we see you?" Two voices rang out. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and poured the soul-raining art into it. In the endless darkness, two illusory figures appeared, a man and a woman. They both looked like teenagers, but in reality, they were definitely two old monsters. Besides, the two of them also had star power waves in their souls, which were stronger than his. They were both Star Realm soul cultivators. "I can see you guys." Jiang Changkong formed a human figure with his astral power, but it was not his original face. Moreover, his astral power was invisible. "What are you doing?" The two were a little surprised. They could only feel the astral power waves, but they could not see Jiang Changkong. "Where is this?" Jiang Changkong asked. The two looked at him strangely. "How did you get in here? You don't even know where this is?" "I was cultivating, and I appeared here for no reason," Jiang Changkong said. The two looked at each other and said, "We don't know the details. We got it from the ruins, not long ago. It's a 6-story palace. Where are you from in the Void Realm?" "It's not nice to ask for my location directly." Jiang Changkong said calmly, "There are 6 floors here, and it's pitch black everywhere. How do I get up?" "Little brother, it's hard for us to answer you like this. See you next time." The young man smiled and his illusory figure disappeared. The girl also disappeared and left the endless darkness. Jiang Changkong felt a little strange. It was pitch black and he could not see anything clearly. Thinking of that, Jiang Changkong forcibly activated the divine raining art. It was still a dark world without even buildings. It was an empty world of darkness. "Forget it, I'll exit first." Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and retracted the divine reigning art. Hiss! As soon as he exited the darkness, his soul suddenly felt a stabbing pain, and some memories appeared in his mind. An altar. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on the altar, holding a seed in his hand. Ancient star text surged and filled his mind. Immediately afterward, it was the Boundless star array. The middle-aged man, holding a 30-meter gray tree, was together with a martial artist with monstrous blood energy. Jiang Changkong also knew this martial artist. It was the one with the tricolored stone bead. The corpse even waved at him. The two cooperated, one refining the blood energy, and the other extracting the soul to activate the supreme killing array. Soul stabilizing tree? Jiang Changkong's expression froze. That sapling was the soul stabilizing tree. With that sapling, it could keep the soul from being destroyed, resist soul damage, and exist forever. The premise was that there was no expert to destroy it. The middle-aged man originally had a soul-stabilizing tree, which was already very thick and 9 meters tall. This sapling was only a meter tall, and it was a seed left by the middle-aged man. Once the soul-stabilizing tree grew to its peak state, no one could destroy the soul except for a near-God-level martial artist. And this soul-stabilizing tree also had the ability to devour souls to grow, and only souls could become its nutrients. Jiang Changkong did not pay attention to these, only one thing. With the soul-stabilizing tree, he could go down the dark space and find the treasure left by the middle-aged man, the treasure of a near-God-level martial artist. Jiang Changkong saw many things in the image, including the star crystal. The soul-stabilizing tree was the key to opening the treasure. That altar was the middle-aged man's weapon, the soul altar. He didn't care about this. He only cared about things like the star crystal. I heard the two said that they entered through the 6-story palace. I don't know if they were lying. Jiang Changkong pondered whether it was a lie or not. It proved one thing. The treasure of a near-God-level martial artist was not something he could find. However, with the soul-stabilizing tree in hand, what was there to worry about? Even if they found it, they would have to ask a near-God-level martial artist to fight his way in. Otherwise, they could only beg him. It's the key to the treasure again. A smile appeared on Jiang Changkong's face. Speaking of which, he was really fated with the powerful martial artist. First, he got his tricolored stone bead, and now he got his companion's soul-stabilizing tree. No, there was another possibility. There was more than one soul-stabilizing tree. He was not sure how many soul-stabilizing tree seeds the middle-aged man had left behind. What if it was not a palace, but a soul-stabilizing tree? I'll control the soul-stabilizing tree first, keep an eye on it for the next few days, and wait for them to come in. Jiang Changkong pondered. He had just obtained the method to collect the soul-stabilizing tree. He could directly control it and use it to stabilize his soul. In the future, unless the cultivation of the soul far exceeded his own, it would be impossible to shake his soul. Moreover, even if it was the Blood Chi Palace, even if they did not use their own strength, they would not be able to hurt him easily. When he collected the soul-stabilizing tree, he would go catch the star demon and nurture him, so that the star demon's soul in the future would not be wasted. Chapter 286. The astral power was divided into thin threads. He used the sky as a painting to construct a special star array. With the experience of countless star arrays, it was very easy for him to carve star arrays now. Jiang Changkong made up his mind and cut off a finger from his soul with astral power like a knife. The pain of his soul breaking made his body tremble. However, after the experience in the Blood Palace, he was somewhat resistant to it. In order to get the soul-stabilizing tree and protect his soul, he was willing to cut off 10 more fingers. The broken soul finger was crushed by astral power and turned into pure soul energy, which was then injected into the special star array. As the soul energy poured in, the special star array emitted a faint gray light. As the astral power of the soul-governing art continued to be injected, The special star array became more and more complicated and tight. Hundreds of lines intertwined and formed a special pattern. Faint astral power fluctuated, and the star array quickly shrank from a huge one to the size of a fingernail. The fingernail-sized star array trembled and sank into the soul-stabilizing tree. Buzz! The soul-stabilizing tree swayed and sprinkled faint starlight. Jiang Chongkong stretched out his index finger and used astral power as ink to carve star characters into the soul-stabilizing tree. Buzz! The soul-stabilizing tree absorbed the star characters and shook. The next moment, it turned into a ray of light and directly sank into his body. The soul-stabilizing tree directly entered the stargate and merged with his soul body. Its roots were like vines, spreading all over his soul and taking root. It's done. This is a surprise. Jiang Chongkong was overjoyed. The soul-stabilizing tree had sent him a message. In the future, he would be able to sense whoever entered the dark space. In that case, he wouldn't have to watch it all the time. It's already so late. He looked at the time. It was already night, and the weather here hadn't changed. Jiang Chongkong pondered for a while and didn't rush to go out. He continued to search here. In the image, the soul warrior had only left a soul-stabilizing tree seed. However, the lower-grade, rank 9 weapon shards here were not bad for him at the moment. He flew in the air and scanned the area with the soul-governing art, collecting fragments of low-grade, 9th-grade weapons. Occasionally, there would be mid-grade, 9th-grade weapons that could even break his defense. Jiang Chongkong didn't dare to go deeper. If he encountered an upper-grade 9th grade or even a top-grade one, he might die here. Fortunately, there weren't many good things in this ancient battlefield. Otherwise, the soul-stabilizing tree would have long been taken away by someone. Sometimes a useless relic could also produce miracles. After wandering around for an unknown period of time, Jiang Chongkong had collected more than 100 fragments, many of which contained the power of the blazing sun star. It was enough for him to forge his scorching sun saber. It was a pity that he didn't have the power of the lunar star. A peak tier 8 weapon could no longer withstand his full strength. He took out the golden stone, opened the door to the ancient battlefield, and left. Leaving the depths of the mountain, rumbling sounds could be heard from outside. Many figures appeared in his line of sight, chopping down trees and leveling the land. At the mine, there were also martial artists digging. Jiang Chongkong took a look. He knew a few of them. They were from the Su family. It seemed that Professor Yun and the others had arrived. Thinking of this, Jiang Chongkong couldn't wait to fly to the base. The appearance of the base had changed a lot. Starlight was shining everywhere, and every building was engraved with a star formation. There were many warriors in the base wearing armor and guarding this place. They were not from the military, but from the major clans of the Stability Province. Professor Yun brought them along. However, compared to the entire base, these people were still a little small. Jiang Chongkong entered the base and scanned with the spirit-controlling art. He had already found Professor Yun and the others. They were moving the equipment, and Lin Nanfeng was also there. He walked directly into the building. Professor Yun, Wang Ruiqing, Lin Nanfeng, Su Hingji, and Su Xinghao were also there. City Lord. Su Hingji was the first to greet him. Old Liang and the others also have family in the Void Realm. They plan to bring them over to serve the City Lord. Thank you. Jiang Chongkong nodded and looked at the equipment. They were all Star Demon research equipment. Professor Yin, can these equipment still be used? Professor Yin said, after some repair, most of them can be used. I'll disassemble the ones that can't be used and select the usable parts. What about the information inside? I still have some phones here. Jiang Chongkong took out his phone and handed it to her. The star demons are all encrypted. I can recover some of the data inside. Some of them are too damaged to recover. Professor Yin frowned. Be gentle next time. Learn from Nanfeng and bring them back in one piece. Ahem, I'll be careful next time. However, this matter was too bad. I was just angry. Jiang Chongkong coughed lightly and looked at Lin Nanfeng. It seems that you all know each other. There's no need for me to introduce you. Lin Nanfeng hurriedly said, City Lord Jiang, don't worry. I'm very obedient. Although I don't know much about this matter, I know a little about it based on some research. Wang Ruiqing continued. According to this information, they should be studying how many star array patterns different people can bear. Jiang Chongkong was slightly surprised. Ordinary people can't bear the star array, right? Yes, but these star demon are different. Their physique is above ours. Moreover, what makes me curious is that when they mention the moon and sun, the power pattern celestial form was the most. Wang Ruiqing pointed to the information above with a hint of doubt. Look, they even deliberately captured moon and sun cultivators for research. The Feng family and the Nan family. Jiang Chongkong's expression froze slightly. These two families represented the moon and sun and specialized in these two attributes. There was also the power pattern celestial form. Wasn't that the star text obtained from the Battle Palace? The fusion of the three celestial bodies to form the strongest celestial body? The people from the Immortal Palace were still studying these three celestial bodies while searching for the Battle Palace. Previously, the Immortal Palace warriors also wanted to know what he had obtained from the Battle Palace. They were there for the fusion of the three major skills. Currently, he was completely relying on the Tai Chi Yin and Yang celestial form to operate the three major celestial bodies. This was not a fusion. A true fusion was the fusion of the three celestial bodies into one to form a new special celestial body. I don't know. It's common for people to die in the void realm. Wang Ruiqing shook her head. As for the power pattern battle body, they only caught ordinary people who practiced basic martial arts. Jiang Chongkong nodded. He did not know if there were still body refinement warriors in the dark. However, on the surface, he was the only one in the entire Federation. More information needs to be deciphered by these instruments before we can know. I'll need a day. Professor Yin checked the instruments and made a conclusion. Jiang Jiuqiao, an early-stage star body warrior from the Jiang family. He was studied by the star demon for a period of time. He'll come over when he's done with his family matters. After Jiang Chongkong said that, he took out some star demon corpses. These are the star demon corpses I obtained. The star stones are also inside. I'll give them to you as well. Let the mecha do its job. The two professors nodded and put away the corpses. Lin Nanfeng had already told them about what Jiang Chongkong was doing in the Void Realm, so they were not surprised to see the high-ranking star demon corpses. The weapon fragments that he had just obtained were also handed over to the two professors for them to recast and forge a lower grade 9 weapon. If they needed any instruments, they were free to buy them. Jiang Chongkong was willing to spend that much. Next, it was time to chat about some family matters. Tang Ruashi and the others stayed in Anding Province and did not come over. Chapter 287. In the next few days, Jiang Chongkong did not leave. He was inspecting his territory. The large mineral veins had begun mining, but there were too few people. The people that Professor Yin brought along were only slightly more than 2,000 people. That was including the Shameless and Dingbang, who brought Budokai. 2,000 people had to guard the base, and some were researchers. They had to develop wastelands and build roads. There were 3 known mineral veins. In addition to the territory of the early-stage star-body star demon, there were still some star crystals that needed to be excavated. These 2,000 people were simply not enough. Su Hingji and Dingbang, there should be more people in the Tranquil Province, right? Don't they want to go to the Void Realm? Jiang Chongkong dragged the 2 of them to the conference room. The population problem had to be solved. He could not wait for those people to dig out all the star crystals and deal with them. There are many people in the Tranquil Province, but they are not willing to come. And Dingbang said with a hint of helplessness, apart from these, there are some who go back to their homes. Jiang Chongkong was speechless. They were not to be blamed. If others wanted to leave, the ending state could not tie them up with ropes. Why don't we recruit some people from Jianghai province? Jiang Chongkong pondered. This was the weakness of strength. Don't. We can't even stand it. The gravity here is too strong. Su Hengji stopped him. Besides, safety is not guaranteed. Let's wait for news from Old Liang. Old Liang. Jiang Chongkong tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, out of the 6 of them, 2 came back. They have a conscience. It was not that he looked down on the 6 of them, but no one could understand the human heart. There was no hope if they did not come out of Sin Domain. They were willing to say anything to get out. But it was different now. Not only did they come out, but Hu Qinglan also pardoned them. They were pure. If there were high-ranking martial artists in their family, they would not have come. I believe in Old Liang. He will come back, Su Hengji said firmly. Jiang Chongkong frowned. If the population problem was not solved, the wasteland could not be developed. He couldn't let him handle everything himself. Could it be that he had to borrow people from the other 3 clans? Lord Jiang. Jiang Jiuqiao requests an audience. There was a knock on the door of the conference room, and a martial artist's voice was heard. Let him in. Jiang Chongkong's face lit up with joy. He stood up and said, Let's go and welcome them together. For the time being, we have a solution to the population problem. The 2 of them were stunned, but they soon understood what he was thinking. He was going to borrow people from the Jiang clan. Borrowing people from the Si family and the other 3 families would definitely not be free. But now the Jiang family might be free. Jiang Chongkong exited the conference room and headed straight for the main door. Jiang Jiuqiao was already standing there, waiting for a message. Lord Jiang. Jiang Chongkong's face was full of smiles, and he was very enthusiastic. Lord Jiang, I had wanted to pay a visit earlier, but there were too many matters to attend to at home, which delayed me for so long. Jiang Jiuqiao looked apologetic. Come in and have some tea. Jiang Chongkong invited him in, and someone served tea. Jiang Jiuqiao was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Lord Jiang, you are too polite. He had seen Jiang Chongkong's strength. He had killed 2 early-stage Starry Sky Star Demon consecutively without panting. Moreover, he owed him a life-saving debt. He didn't dare to be impudent in front of Jiang Chongkong. We are neighbors, and we should visit each other more often. There is enough tea. Jiang Chongkong poured tea for him. I don't know much about the matters of the Jiang clan, so I won't say much. Lord Jiang, you are too polite. This is a small token of my gratitude. Jiang Jiuqiao waved his hand and a box appeared. The Jiang clan doesn't have many star crystals in storage. Here are 10 low-grade star crystals of the 9th level and 100 peak-grade star crystals of the 8th level. Please accept them. Jiang Chongkong directly accepted it. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Also, I want to ask you for a favor. Lord Jiang, feel free to speak your mind. If I can do it, I won't refuse. Jiang Jiuqiao said straightforwardly. It's like this. My territory has just been constructed, and the base has already been built. However, I don't have the manpower to develop it outside. Jiang Chongkong directly stated his difficulties, especially the star crystal veins. I know that the territory has them, but I can't get them. Being able to see them, but not be able to eat them was the most annoying thing. Jiang Jiuqiao nodded. Leave this small matter to me. I will immediately get my Jiang clan members over to develop the land for you. Thank you, Lord Jiang. But what about the fees? Jiang Chongkong had a difficult expression. It's free. How can this little bit of labor compare to saving my life? Jiang Jiuqiao smiled. I will instruct them not to take anything. Haha, what are you talking about, Lord Jiang? Although the territory has just been constructed, there are still some medicines. If you are exhausted, feel free to come and get them. Jiang Chongkong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This way, he could save a lot of money. Next, the two of them discussed the development of the territory in detail. Jiang Zheqiao was an old lord, so he had a lot of experience in this aspect. After discussing for a few hours, Jiang Zheqiao retracted his smile and said with a heavy tone, "I wonder if Lord Jiang's professors have made any progress in their research." "I don't know much about this. Shall we go and take a look together?" Jiang Chongkong stood up and brought him to look for Professor Yin. The information inside had already been deciphered. It's just that he was busy with the territory these few days, so he didn't ask about it. Now that Jiang Zheqiao was here, he wanted to get to the bottom of it. The two of them arrived at the laboratory where a group of researchers were busy. When they saw Jiang Chongkong, they all greeted him politely. After knocking on the door, Professor Yun's voice could be heard. Only then did Jiang Chongkong push the door open and enter. "Professor Yun, this is Jiang Zheqiao, the Jiang clan's lord, our neighbor." Jiang Chongkong pointed at the person beside him and introduced. Jiang Zheqiao cupped his hands and said, "Hello, Professor Yin." Jiang Chongkong looked around the laboratory and asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Professor Wang?" "He's making a weapon for you. He's not here." Professor Yin took a document from the side and said, "According to the information from those instruments, I know that they're researching on strengthening the human body." "Strengthening the human body? To make the human body withstand astral power?" Jiang Chongkong asked. "More than that. There's a piece of information that you might be interested in. They're fusing astral bodies." Professor Yun handed the document to him. They once captured an astral body warrior and wanted to forcibly engrave an astral formation on him to form a new astral body. And the result? Jiang Chongkong took the document and read it. The result was that the astral body warrior couldn't withstand the power and exploded. Professor Yin said calmly, "So they've been researching on strengthening the physique to make up for the loss of the force stripe astral body." Only Jiang Chongkong knew about the force stripe astral body. These people wanted to study the fusion of astral bodies. Without the force stripe astral body, they could only strengthen the physique instead. Of course, this idea was a little ridiculous to Jiang Chongkong, but in the next moment, Professor Yun's words made him not feel that it was ridiculous anymore. They once destroyed a person's astral body and strengthened it again, barely able to withstand the new astral body. However, they didn't solve the problem of the conflict between the two forces. Jiang Chongkong felt a chill in his heart. This was too ruthless, destroying the astral body and replacing it with a new one. Chapter 288. It was like peeling off a person's skin and replacing it with a new one. However, every inch of a celestial form martial artist's flesh and blood had been tempered by their astral powers. Even if the celestial body was destroyed, their astral powers would still be there. The two powers would clash. Only this group of star demon and those bastards from the Immortal Palace could do something like this. Professor Yin continued. They started to study the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements, intending to fuse 2 celestial bodies. But I don't understand why they studied the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements instead of the mutual promotion and suppression. Because what they pursued was the fusion of the 2 extremes of the sun and the moon for the so-called ultimate combat constitution. Jiang Chongkong finally understood what kind of people from the Immortal Palace were. "Now, tell me about your situation." Professor Yin looked at Jiang Zheqiao. "I was also a subject of research. I don't know much. I only know that I'm an important material. They said that a stellar-level martial artist should be able to withstand a new celestial body. But in order to fuse with the celestial body, they will not completely destroy the original celestial body." Jiang Zheqiao recalled the situation and frowned. "I remember that a middle-aged man suppressed me. After that, he also went to see the research and mentioned the Immortal Palace." "The Immortal Palace?" Professor Yun pondered. I got it. Seems like it won't be of much help. Jiang Changkong sighed. He still wanted to find clues from this information. As for the middle-aged man, he had already been killed. Professor Yin said indifferently, "It's not that it won't be of any help. We can continue their research." Jiang Changkong frowned. "I won't allow it. Besides, I won't capture anyone for you to study." Professor Yin chuckled. "You're wrong, Lord. I'm not studying humans, but the star demon. The star demon's physique is stronger than ours. We can use the star demon to make drugs to improve our physiques. If it's the star demon, then it's fine. But don't research something that's neither human nor ghost." Jiang Changkong was really worried that one day his place would become a biochemical base. At that time, a group of half-human, half-star demon creatures would appear. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. The Federation has forbidden research on humans. These star demon have helped us a lot. When the time comes, there might be some body-refining martial artists. Professor Yin held the materials and said calmly, "You have to be careful. The Immortal Palace has probably already targeted you." Jiang Changkong nodded. He was not surprised by this. The Immortal Palace would never let go of his force pattern, celestial body. Moreover, he could also use 3 celestial bodies at the same time. After the 2 of them were done, they left the laboratory. A hint of envy appeared on Jiang Juqiao's face. Lord Jiang is really enviable. He actually has 2 professors. How can there be no professors in your territory? Jiang Changkong asked in disbelief. This was most likely a compliment. Jiang Juqiao shook his head. That professor of mine is at most a disciple in front of these 2. Professor Wang? Professor Yin? Is he very powerful? Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. He knew Wang Ruiqing. Back then, she was very famous and could even build a rank 9 mech. However, at their level, they were all rank 9 and rank 9 combat power. Ordinary rank 9 mechs were just icing on the cake. Jiang Juqiao looked back at the laboratory. Of course they're powerful. They can even build a warship for you. Of course, you have to have the materials. They can even build warships. This time, Jiang Changkong was shocked. He really did not ask about this. Of course, these 2 professors are treated as VIP wherever they go. Jiang Juqiao was indescribably envious. If he also had 2 such professors, it would be a great help to the Jiang family. Unfortunately, he was not the one who rescued Professor Wang and recognized Professor Yin as a teacher. If it was not for the trip to Sin Realm, Jiang Changkong would not have helped Hui Qinglan and the others obtain the near-god inheritance. The 2 of them chatted as they walked out of the base and entered a dense forest. Further in was a mountain. "Lord Jiang, you have to be careful in the Void Realm." Jiang Juqiao sighed. Jiang Changkong knew that it was something he had experienced and sighed. "I'll be careful. Are you going to open up wastelands or stay with the Jiang family?" "I'll stay for the time being." Jiang Juqiao looked deep into the mountains. "After this experience, I finally understand that the so-called wastelands can be hidden from everyone." Jiang Changkong chuckled. "It's just once. Don't take it to heart. Once bitten, twice shy. That's how you are now." Jiang Juqiao nodded, and a hint of redness flashed across his old face. "I'm just lamenting that the Void Realm is rich in resources, but it also hides too much darkness. It's the same everywhere." Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. When he was on Earth, there was darkness everywhere. It was the same in the Void Realm. It all depended on whether he had the strength or not. If he was strong enough, the darkness would make things a lot more convenient. Jiang Juqiao smiled. "After saying so much, I actually wanted to ask if you're interested in going to the ruins." "What ruins?" Jiang Changkong had just obtained a soul-stabilizing tree and was very interested in the ruins. "I'm not sure either. A year ago, I said I was going to open up wastelands because I wanted to take a look at the ruins. I don't know if I've been discovered by others. After going through so much this time, I want to bring along a powerful helper like you. Jiang Juqiao's voice was low. A year ago, he did not inform anyone and wanted to take everything for himself. In the end, he fell into the hands of his own son and was almost sliced up by the star demon. This time, he still wanted to go to the ruins. To be safe, he looked for Jiang Changkong. He had seen Jiang Changkong's strength before. He defeated and killed an early-stage star demon. That strength was the strongest among the people he knew. Aren't you afraid that I'll take everything for myself? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Jiang Juqiao smiled. I don't think that I have anything else that you want, aside from the Jiang clan. Let's go then. Jiang Changkong no longer hesitated, agreeing. There's no rush. Jiang Juqiao had a grave expression. Make some arrangements in the territory. If you leave, there's an 80% chance that someone will come looking for trouble. Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. Huh, what do you mean? The ethereal immortal palace? The 53rd territory has not had a lord for more than a decade. It's not that no one wants it, but that the Federation is unwilling to let it go. Many people are eyeing this fat piece of meat. Jiang Juqiao said indifferently, I once thought about it, but Hu Qinglan stopped me. Now that the territory has a lord, many people will probably be restless. Are they not jumping out now because they are afraid of me? Jiang Changkong frowned. If they know your strength, they'll definitely be afraid of you. If they don't know, then they're afraid of Hu Qinglan. Jiang Juqiao's lips curled into a cold smile. These people won't go too far for Hu Qinglan's sake. But if you leave, they won't be afraid of robbing or stealing from this mine. Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. Can I use my strength to threaten them? It's useless. If they can eat it, they'll eat it. Moreover, if they don't admit it, can they get it back? Jiang Juqiao shook his head. Go and make arrangements to guard against astral bodies. That should be enough. Only astral bodies. A astral body doesn't have the face to steal it. If he really does, then he's too shameless. Jiang Changkong. Actually, I also have the idea of stealing it, but after hearing what you said, I feel that it's better to be a bit more shameless. Just in case, Jiang Changkong felt that he should keep a stronger trump card. If he went all out, he should be able to block a mid-astral body. Chapter 289. Jiang Changkong didn't want anything to happen to his mine. It was related to his advancement. He flew to Su Hengji, who had been given a top-notch 8th rank mecha. He was now the number 1 in the base in terms of mining and guarding. Professor Yin had another set. Even Lin Nan Feng, a warrior with an astral body, was nothing in front of a top-notch 8th rank mecha. The Jiang family also came. Jiang Juqiao's eldest son, Jiang Haisheng, was at the peak of the astral body level. He brought a lot of people from the Jiang family to help develop the wasteland. Jiang Changkong used his astral power and formed 3 light balls, Tai Chi light balls, Force pattern light balls, Holy Sun light balls, and White Cloud light balls. All of them were at full power. Even an early-stage star-body warrior would have to kneel there. Su Hengji also controlled one and left the rest to Professor Yin. Professor Yin had already set up a star array and surveillance around the mine without Jiang Juqiao's reminder. No one except them would be able to break in quietly. After setting up the defenses, Jiang Changkong said, If you encounter someone you can't handle, let them leave. Remember who they are. Don't worry, my lord, Su Hengji said excitedly. He was at the peak of the astral spirit realm. Now that he had a top-notch 8th rank mecha and Jiang Changkong's power, he was the strongest he had ever been. Jiang Juqiao opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Before he left, he would leave some power, but only 3. If 3 attacks couldn't kill an enemy, he might not be able to handle it himself. Jiang Changkong, on the other hand, had unleashed 15 attacks in a row, which was more than enough to smash several early-stage heavenly bodies to death. After doing all this, Jiang Changkong recovered his astral power. Late at night, Jiang Changkong turned into an invisible light ball and left with Jiang Juqiao. You're really cautious. You even left so quietly. Jiang Juqiao didn't know whether it was out of admiration or something else. I cherish every piece of astral crystal, even the 7th rank ones. Jiang Chongkong said calmly. The 7th rank was still useful to him. Even if it was useless, he could give it to his friends instead of letting others steal it. Without another word, Jiang Juqiao began to point out the way. White clouds curled around him as he rode the clouds away. Flying on a cloud was his fastest flying method at the moment. After a few breaths, the two of them were already far away from the territory. This is the Star Demon region. Jiang Chongkong looked down at the endless mountains and was slightly surprised. Jiang Juqiao nodded. That's right. We sneaked over. A year ago, there was a star body intermediate stage, Star Demon there. It should still be there now. Jiang Chongkong lost his cool. Could the relic be controlled by the Star Demon? You have a way in. Does this count as poaching in someone else's territory? Territory can only be considered territory if it's under one's control. It's so deep that only late heavenly bodies would be able to conquer it. As for the method to enter the ruins, of course there is. However, others might also know this method. Jiang Juqiao said in a low voice, It's a technique that I learned by chance. It's specialized in breaking ancient ruins formations. There's such a secret method? Jiang Chongkong was slightly surprised. Most of the so-called ruins are sealed by star formations. As long as you can sense the star formations, you can open them. Only a few of them have been formed by the passage of time and space. I can't do anything about them. Jiang Juqiao said proudly, With this method, I founded the Jiang family and advanced from the peak of the star spirit stage to the early star body stage. Jiang Chongkong shook his head and said, You don't have to worry about me forcing you to give it to me. Jiang Juqiao said generously, You can only use it up to the peak of the star body stage. Besides, when you encounter ruins in the late stage or the peak of the star body stage, you'll have to prepare materials of the same attribute. If you like it, I can teach you. Then forget it. Jiang Chongkong shook his head. For ruins in the late stage or the peak of the star body stage, he would have to prepare special materials of the same level. To hell with it. I still don't want to learn. I'll bring Jiang Juqiao along with me when I need him. Jiang Chongkong might be tempted if he could use this method on the peak of the star body stage, but not on the peak of the star body stage. We're almost there. Let's sneak over and use your invisible astral power. Jiang Juqiao said in a low voice. The white clouds were too dazzling at night. They couldn't hide from the star demon at the mid-stage of the star body stage. With a thought, Jiang Chongkong turned into a ball of light with the soul-governing art and soared into the sky with Jiang Juqiao. The soul-governing art silently arrived between a few peaks. Jiang Chongkong sent a voice transmission. Where is it? 300 meters to the right. After communicating via voice transmission, Jiang Chongkong brought Jiang Juqiao to a spot 300 meters to the right, where weeds grew. How is it? Jiang Chongkong asked. Wait a moment. Jiang Juqiao's expression turned serious. Astral runes appeared on his palm and slowly flew out, imprinting on a weed. Buzz! The weed swayed and a green light flickered. A suction force came over, trying to devour the two. The two did not resist, allowing the suction force to devour them. The two disappeared in the green light, and the weed returned to its original state. After passing through the green weed, the two's vision blurred. Rays of light appeared, dazzling their eyes. So many astral crystals. They're all inferior grade 9. Jiang Juqiao looked excited when he saw the light. They were all inferior grade 9 astral crystals. There were countless of them, piling up like a mountain. However, there was no spirit in them at all. Jiang Chongkong's expression was calm. He pressed down on the excited Jiang Juqiao with one hand. Don't move. What's wrong? Jiang Juqiao was stunned. He calmed down and looked at the pile of astral crystals in front of him. It's not normal to receive such a big gift the moment we enter. He had entered many ruins and experienced countless life and death situations. After a moment of excitement, he quickly calmed down. He knew that there was a problem, but he couldn't see where it was. These astral crystals contained the light that should be there. They were of different colors and attributes. Let me take a look first. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and sent out the soul-governing art. Soul perception. He used the soul-governing art's soul power to check the astral crystals. There were no longer mountains of astral crystals in front of him. Instead, there were dried corpses. There was a black, demonic tree with gray flowers blooming. There wasn't any fragrance coming from it. The branch pierced into the dried corpses as if it was absorbing the last bit of nutrients. As if it had sensed danger, the demonic tree's branch stabbed at Jiang Changkong like a sharp blade. His 5 senses also sensed danger. You think I'm good at absorbing? Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. Boundless blood energy fluctuated as he punched at the small tree. Boom! The invisible force landed, and the demonic little tree exploded, turning into countless fragments. However, the scene in front of him was still the same. The small tree was quickly reforming. Jiang Changkong raised his palm. The sacred sun shone and burned the small tree. Under the burning of the holy sun, the small tree directly turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. An emerald bead rolled out, emitting a majestic wood-attributed energy. Spirit, 10,000. Unable to withdraw, the mountain of astral crystals disappeared, leaving only dried corpses. Is this the doing of this thing? Jiang Juqiao walked over and held the emerald bead in his hand. He examined the ground, and a small star formation appeared. It's a wood-attributed star formation. No wonder. This bead already contains early-stage star body power, but this tree doesn't have this strength. Jiang Changkong held the emerald bead and said, I want this bead. If there are other gains later, I can give it to you or compensate you with other things. Take it. Just take care of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhiqiao said with a smile. He knew that Jiang Changkong and Hu Qinglan were close, and Hu Qinglan was a wood-attributed cultivator. Chapter 290. Jiang Changkong put away the light ball and smiled without saying a word. The small tree had absorbed and stored the energy of those people. He had thought that he would have to work for Hu Qinglan, but he didn't expect to get such a harvest. Each bead contained 10,000 essence, qi, and spirit. If he had a few thousand of them, he would be able to perfect a martial art. Looking at the stars below, Jiang Changkong noted it down. Do you know this star array? No. I've only heard of 2 methods that can directly absorb people and turn them into mummies, but I'm not very familiar with them. Jiang Juqiao carefully recalled and shook his head. This method is too strange. It was not strange at all. Hu Qinglan knew how to do it. Jiang Changkong silently thought that the martial arts of humans were still lacking in many aspects. Compared with the cultivation civilization in the starry sky, the martial arts on Earth were at most incomplete. In terms of the use of star power, it was not as good as the things sprinkled from the starry sky. Let's go. Jiang Changkong flew into the air. There was a green light in front of him, and maybe there were more small trees. This place is a bit strange. Let's be careful. Jiang Zhiqiao's expression was slightly serious as he followed Jiang Changkong. They stood in the air and looked into the distance. There was a sea of flowers in front of them, and there were no strange, small trees. The sea of flowers was as wide as 10,000 meters, and they couldn't see the end of it at first glance. The flowers were beautiful and gave off an intoxicating fragrance. Besides, they were not species from Earth, so they couldn't recognize them. You'll be disappointed. There are no such beads. Jiang Zhiqiao flew in the air. But I guess these flowers are not to be trifled with. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. The sea of flowers in front of us is a huge star array. With the help of the soul-controlling art, he sensed that there were all star arrays below the flowers. The small star arrays were connected to form a huge star array. He had only seen such a huge star array in a relic before. It was a top-killing array. What should we do now? I can come in without the help of materials. This should be a relic between the early and middle stages of the starry sky realm. Jiang Jiuqiao's expression was a bit gloomy. Even a fool could see that such a large-scale star array was not an ordinary high-level star array. Will you give up? Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. Jiang Jiuqiao smiled. This old man isn't as cowardly as you make me out to be. Even after being researched for a year, I didn't die and was even saved by you. With this dough of luck, I'm not a short-lived ghost. Then let's go. Don't be in a hurry to go in. Let's see if there's anything wrong with the fragrance of the flowers. Jiang Changkong came to the sea of flowers, held his breath, and sent a voice transmission. Jiang Jiuqiao held his breath. After a long time, when the two of them did not react, he said, "There should be no problem. However, it is better not to breathe. With our strength, we do not need to breathe." Jiang Changkong nodded. Just as he was about to enter, Jiang Jiuqiao pulled him back. "I'll go first. You're strong. If there's a problem, you can bring me out." If Jiang Changkong went in and something happened, he might not be able to pull him out. Jiang Changkong nodded and attached the imperial soul art to Jiang Jiuqiao's body. Facing a place that was suspected to be a top-notch killing array, Jiang Changkong did not dare to lower his guard. It was better to be cautious. Jiang Jiuqiao stepped into the sea of flowers and walked for 100 meters without any problems. Jiang Changkong followed him in and did not find any problems. There seems to be no problem. Let's go together and see if we can find anything in the sea of flowers. Jiang Changkong sent a voice transmission. Jiang Jiuqiao nodded. After all, there was a star array. It would be safer to go together. The two of them traveled in the sea of flowers and protected themselves with astral power. They walked for a few minutes without any danger, but they did not find anything either. There are all kinds of flowers around them. Could it be that someone was so bored that he planted so many flowers here and they just happened to fall along with the starlight? Jiang Jiuqiao was puzzled. Jiang Changkong touched a petal with his finger. No, these flowers are part of the killing array. They seem harmless because the array has not been activated. Clang! Suddenly, a zither sound was heard in the sea of flowers. It was clear and it was accompanied by a fragrance. The petals of the blooming flowers fell and danced in the air along with the zither sound. The two of them were startled. A woman in a white ancient dress walked through the sea of flowers towards them. Is it real? Jiang Jiuqiao asked. Jiang Changkong focused his eyes and cast the soul-raining art. It was still the sea of flowers and the woman in white. Her skin was as fair as jade and her white dress trailed on the ground. The petals around her danced like a fairy. I can't see through her. There's no fluctuation of astral power. She's either stronger than me, a real person, or she's using some kind of treasure, Jiang Changkong said. As the woman walked closer, the zither sound was heard again. It became gentle like a trickle. Sir, young lord, my sister invites you to come in. The woman in white bowed slightly, and her voice was as sweet as a bird song. Ancient star language. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and replied in star language. Miss, we didn't mean to intrude. Please forgive us. Jiang Jiuqiao was also polite. How should I address you? My daughter, Hua Tianluo, and my sister, Hua Tianrui, has prepared hot tea. Please. The woman in white smiled and turned around to lead the way. The two looked at each other and could only follow her. If they were to fight now, they wouldn't be able to leave if the woman was really stronger than them. They might as well follow her and see what she was up to. They didn't know how many years they had stayed in the relic. If it wasn't an earthling who broke in and lived here, then it could only be someone from the starry sky. The two followed the woman in white to the sea of flowers. In the sea of flowers, there were palaces made of flowers, pavilions and pavilions. A woman in a light yellow dress was sitting in a pavilion, gently stroking an ancient zither, emitting a gentle sound. The tea next to her was steaming and fragrant, with a few petals soaked in it. "Sister, they're here." Hua Tianluo bowed and stood aside. "My daughter, Hua Tianrui, and my sister, Hua Tianluo, greet you." Hua Tianrui also bowed. The two cupped their hands and said, "Jiang Changkong, Jiang Zhiqiao," greets the two ladies. Looking at Hua Tianrui, the two were slightly shocked. Hua Tianluo was already beautiful enough, but this woman still stunned them. Hua Tianrui invited them to sit and serve tea. "May I know why the two of you came to my daughter's place? The method of entry hasn't been spread." Jiang Changkong explained, "We accidentally barged in. It's a coincidence. The two of us were passing by, and a weed suddenly emitted a green light. There's also a suction force that sucked us in. I'm afraid that suction force can't do anything to Mr. Jiang, right?" Hua Tianluo asked. "I couldn't resist it. Uncle Zhuqiao was worried about my safety and chased after us," Jiang Changkong said apologetically. "I'm sorry to have caused trouble for the two of you." "It's no trouble at all. We've lived here for more than 10 years and haven't seen strangers for a long time. You're here to add some liveliness to the place." Hua Tianrui smiled. "More than 10 years?" Jiang Zhuqiao's expression changed slightly. "The two of you have lived here for so long. I wonder if the two of you have changed your names. Why haven't I heard of your names?" Hua Tianrui looked calm. "Girls don't like to show their faces in public and have always lived in seclusion. After the death of our parents, the two of us came here to live in seclusion." "I see." Jiang Zhuqiao smiled and stood up. "We've been disturbing you for so long. Your family must be anxious. Changkong, let's go back." "Okay, ladies. Changkong will visit again next time." Jiang Changkong stood up, bowed slightly, cupped his hands, and prepared to leave. Just as the two of them turned around, Hua Tianrui's voice sounded. There was a hint of coldness in it. "The two of you, please sit for a while. If you don't drink a cup of tea when you're here, others will say that we're not good guests." Chapter 291. The sisters didn't have any astral power fluctuations, which made Jiang Changkong and Jiang Zhuqiao's hearts turn cold. They thought it was just a relic of an early stage or mid-stage star state cultivator, but it seemed that they had entered a dangerous place. They had lived here for more than a decade. They didn't like to show their faces in public and preferred to keep a low profile, so they didn't have a reputation? That's impossible. Jiang Zhuqiao had been in the Federation for so many years. He might not know all the high-level and top-level martial artists, but he knew at least half of them. Even if he didn't know them well, he had more or less heard of them. The two that even Jiang Changkong couldn't see through couldn't be unknown. Besides, there were dried corpses and strange trees at the entrance. Both of them knew that the sisters weren't to be trifled with. Drinking tea? Would there be something wrong with the tea? Jiang Changkong pondered. When he was about to take action, a violent fluctuation of astral power came from the sea of flowers. "Be careful, everyone. This place should be a killing array." "You're too cautious. This killing array hasn't been activated yet. How powerful can it be? These flowers are so fragrant and beautiful." Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. "I came here by accident. I didn't expect the seclusion to be so lively. My uncle and I won't disturb your hospitality. We'll take our leave first. It's fine to entertain one guest, but it's also fine to entertain a group of guests. Let me entertain the two of you." Hua Tianrui's voice was crisp and pleasant like pearls falling on a jade plate. Hua Tianrui slowly walked out of the pavilion. "Little sister, entertain the guests. I'll go and get ready." "Yes." Hua Tianluo bowed and said gently, "Please take a seat and enjoy the tea. I'll go and welcome the new guests." The two of them could only return and sit on the stone bench, looking at the tea. Neither of them was in the mood to drink. Jiang Zhiqiao asked, "What should we do now?" Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes. The divine driving art covered the sky and earth, spreading out. Everything was real. The flowers were still flowers, the pavilion was still the pavilion, the guqin was still there, and the tea was still warm. "Let's take it one step at a time. I can't find any flaws. You're an experienced cultivator. Did you find anything?" Jiang Changkong withdrew the divine commanding art, his expression calm. "No, I don't know much about this place." Jiang Zhiqiao smiled bitterly. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and said, "We can only deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. These two haven't made a move yet, so they shouldn't be in a hurry to kill us. Don't drink this tea." Without understanding the situation here, he did not dare to drink this tea. If it was a top-notch poison, they would all die here. Jiang Zhiqiao sighed softly. "That's not up to us. There's an 80% chance that they aren't as cautious as us. Let's wait and see first. If they act recklessly, we can also test the strength of these two women." Jiang Changkong pondered and said, "I hope this killing formation wasn't set up by someone close to the gods." Jiang Zhiqiao, "Don't scare me. I'm panicking." Jiang Changkong didn't scare him. This boundless sea of flowers was the star array. Only the soul-stabilizing, tree-ancient battlefield could have such a scale. If there was anything else, it would be the 3 palaces that were even larger. Dong dong! The sound of footsteps could be heard. 8 martial artists, both male and female, were brought to the pavilion by Hua Tianluo. I didn't expect that someone would come in before us. A middle-aged martial artist walked over and looked at them with a slightly serious expression. "You guys destroyed the small tree at the entrance, right?" Hua Tianluo's jade-like face showed a hint of unnaturalness, but he quickly hid it. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. "You must be joking. We weren't here when we came, but you guys are very powerful. We can't compare to you." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. "Sheng Jin, Jin Guangshuan, Jiang Changkong." A trace of coldness appeared on Jiang Changkong's face. "Enemies are destined to meet. Jin Guangshuan, middle stage star body realm." "So it's you. What an enemy. You have to give us an explanation for Jin Hanqing's death." Jin Guangshuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. "All right, stop arguing. What's the situation here now?" A middle-aged woman walked over. Her aura was unfathomable like the sea of stars. She was also a mid-stage astral body martial artist. Behind them were 6 astral body martial artists, all of whom were at the peak of the astral body. With such a lineup, they could easily destroy an ordinary relic. "We've just arrived. Thanks to the 2 sisters' hospitality, we have the leisure to taste tea here," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. "My name is Lu Bing, a wandering martial artist." The middle-aged woman said, "I've been hearing about Lord Zhang's deeds for the past few days. You're really a genius. Lu Bing admires you." Jiang Zhiqiao, Jiang Changkong. "Greetings." The 2 of them cupped their hands. Jiang Zhiqiao explained in a low voice, "Wandering martial artists are a group of martial artists with few family members. They don't have any territories, and they're very strong. We've just arrived here like you. If you want to know more, you can ask Miss Hua Tianluo." Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The divine governing art spread out once again. This time he wanted to find Hua Tianruo and see what she was doing. The divine governing art spread silently to the attic, and the situation in the attic appeared in his mind. There were antique tables and chairs, calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, and the words written in the astral body. But Hua Tianruo was nowhere to be seen. Jin Guangshuan and Lu Bing asked Hua Tianluo, They also noticed Jiang Changkong's power, but they just glanced at it and didn't pay attention to it. The 6 astral body martial artists looked around curiously and didn't interrupt. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and continued to explore. The divine governing art spread to other addicts, but he still didn't see Hua Tianrui. "Young master, what are you looking for?" Suddenly, there was a warm breath beside his ear. Jiang Changkong's body shook slightly, and he quickly retracted the divine governing art. Hua Tianrui was already standing beside him. "Nothing. I'm just curious about this place, so I want to take a look," Jiang Changkong said calmly. Hua Tianrui smiled slightly. "I thought you were a playboy." Tianrui misunderstood. Playboy Jiang Changkong's face twitched. "Am I Jiang Changkong that kind of person?" Hua Tianrui put down the tea. "Guests, 1 cup for each." "Thank you." The martial artists picked up their teacups, but didn't taste the tea. There was no fool present. It was definitely not a good thing to meet 2 beautiful women who lived in the ruins. "It's getting late. Everyone eat and rest. It's not peaceful here at night." Hua Tianrui drank the tea and said softly. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Only then did they notice that it was dark here. When they came in, there was a green light here, but now the green light had disappeared. Looking at the time in the dark sky, it was already 7 o'clock. Outside, the sky was already bright. "Everyone, please follow Tianluo to have a meal. After that, Tianluo will take you to the guest room to rest." Hua Tianluo bowed, slightly with a smile on her face. "There's no need for a meal. We have already troubled the 2 ladies to come here as guests. We're used to not eating." Gulp. Before Jin Guangshuan finished his words, his stomach growled, and a strong sense of hunger hit him. Jiang Changkong also had the same feeling. Jiang Zhouqiao's expression changed slightly. Everyone present was a high-level martial artist. One of them was a star body master, and the other had reached the star body level. Not to mention that they didn't eat or drink for a long time. It wouldn't be a problem for them to not eat or drink for a few years. But now they felt hungry just because of a sentence? Needless to say, the 6 star body martial artists were even more hungry. Chapter 292. We've brought food. We don't dare to trouble you. Jiang Zhouqiao waved his hand, and 2 pieces of barbecued meat appeared. He stuffed one into Jiang Changkong's hand and stuffed the other into his mouth. Jiang Changkong felt slightly better after eating the barbecued meat, but he still felt hungry. Jin Guangshuan and the others also brought food. The 2 sisters did not insist. Hua Tianluo smiled and said, "Then I'll take you to rest. It's already dark. If you're in a hurry to leave, it's safest to leave tomorrow morning." Lu Bing's expression darkened. "It's dangerous here at night? How did the 2 of you survive here?" "There won't be any danger in the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there are many dangers." Hua Tianluo looked at the sky. "Follow me. For us, there's no danger. We don't need you to take care of us. Let's go." Jin Guangshuan stood up. He also sensed the strangeness of this place and prepared to leave with his people. The 2 sisters did not stop them this time and let them leave. Lu Bing stood still and did not leave. "What about us?" Jiang Zhouqiao looked at Jiang Changkong. "Stay." Jiang Changkong sighed softly. The soul-controlling art sensed that the killing formation was about to open. In this situation, going out would be courting death. Jiang Zhouqiao stood up and cupped his hands. "Ladies, please prepare a room for us, uncle and nephew. Please follow me." Hua Tianluo nodded slightly. Lu Bing stood up and said, "Wait, I'll stay with them." "Isn't this a little inappropriate? There are extra rooms." Hua Tianluo frowned slightly. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. I've long heard of Lord Zhang's reputation and was just about to learn from you. We can stay up all night." Lu Bing said immediately. "1 room, then." Jiang Changkong agreed. One more middle stage, star body stage expert meant one more person to take care of. If it were Jean Guangshuan, he would definitely not agree. Then please follow me. Hua Tianluo led the way. They passed through the pavilion, 3 pavilions, and entered a pavilion made of golden flowers. Hua Tianluo smiled. There are usually no guests. The rooms are all empty. Please feel free. Thank you, Sister Skyfall. Jiang Changkong was a sweet talker. Hua Tianluo's expression turned serious. Don't go out at night. If there's any movement, don't open the door or the window. What about the 2 sisters? Jiang Changkong asked. Don't open the door. We won't leave the room at night. After saying that, Hua Tianluo turned around and left. The 3 of them looked at each other and closed the door. There were 4 rooms inside, and there were 2 floors above. Jiang Changkong's divine, driving art spread out and engulfed the entire pavilion. There were 4 rooms on each floor, and the layout was the same. There was a bed, a table, and 4 wooden stools. There were calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, which were of the Hua sisters. 1, 2, 3 were hung on the door, and it was the same above. The 3 of them entered room 1. Jiang Zhouqiao looked at the painting and observed the star inscriptions on it. These star inscriptions only write that the 2 sisters plucked flowers to make tea and extract the nectar. Stop looking. It's impossible for this thing to record. Jiang Changkong sat on the wooden stool and looked at Lu Bing. You came with them, but you didn't leave with them? We just know each other. We all know that there's a relic here and there's a small tree at the entrance, so we came. Lu Bing said faintly. What did you find? Nothing. I don't know the background of those 2. Jiang Changkong's expression was slightly solemn. Can you see through it? Lu Bing shook her head. I can't. That's why I didn't dare to make a move. As for why I didn't leave, it's because you guys are still here. I thought you found something. Why didn't you leave? If she knew everything, she would be able to crush those 2 women. Lu Bing would have destroyed this place a long time ago. We can't leave. It's good enough if half of Jing Guangshuan and the others can come back. Jiang Changkong looked at the closed window as if he could see through it and see the situation outside. The killing array has been activated. Nothing. Lu Bing's expression changed slightly. She didn't hear anything. Jiang Zhouqiao looked around the room but found nothing. We didn't find any clues in the room. Should we open the window and take a look? With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem to just take a look. The astral power in Lu Bing's body fluctuated violently. Okay. Jiang Changkong pondered for a while and unleashed the mind-draining art. Lu Bing opened the window carefully and looked outside. It was completely dark outside. Even with their strength, they could only see 3 meters away. They couldn't see anything at all. Close the window. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. He quickly retracted the mind-draining art and yelled. The 2 quickly closed the window. A black shadow had already attacked. Bang! The window shook violently. Fortunately, the thing didn't break in. However, under the attack of the black shadow, there was a crack on the window. What did you see? Jiang Zhouqiao asked. Lu Bing also looked at him curiously. The small tree at the entrance. Jiang Changkong said calmly, the flowers have all turned into small trees. Even I can be tricked by that thing if I'm not careful. A trace of fear flashed across Jiang Zhouqiao's face. Once there were many of those small trees, not to mention him. Even mid-stage starry body realm cultivators would die there. Jiang Changkong could only detect it with the mind-draining art. In another pavilion, the 2 sisters were sipping tea and smiled. They opened the window. Unfortunately, only Lu Bing came this time. Sister, he's yours. Hua Tianluo sighed. You can have Lu Bing. Jiang Changkong is the one I want. Hua Tianrui's eyes glowed. He's just a planet. Sister, why do you like him? He's extraordinary. Although he's just a planet. Jiang Zhouqiao always follows him. Hua Tianrui gently stroked the zither. However, I'm curious. He has the aura of an old friend. An old friend! Hua Tianluo was slightly stunned. Impossible. Are there people still alive in our era? Maybe they're like us. We'll know after we go and take a look. Hua Tianrui smiled faintly, turned into yellow smoke, and disappeared. Hua Tianluo turned into white smoke. In Jiang Changkong's room, spots of light seeped in through the window. The expressions of the three changed at the same time. Oh no, the window is open. Let's go to another room. Lu Bing and Jiang Zhouqiao were shocked. They were about to retreat, but the light went into their bodies. Even the astral power defense was useless. Jiang Changkong frowned and pressed his hands on their shoulders. He activated his astral power and poured the mind-raining art into them. However, the mind-raining art couldn't stop the light, and some of it went into their bodies. The scene in front of him changed. Lu Bing and Jiang Zhouqiao disappeared. Jiang Changkong sat alone in the pavilion. Hua Tianrui smiled and made tea for him. The sky was shining with green light, and the sea of flowers was blooming. It was as if he had returned to the past. Illusion? Jiang Changkong frowned. He could use all his martial arts. The mind-raining art swept across the sky, but the sea of flowers killing array hadn't been activated yet. Hua Tianrui brought the teacup to him and said with a faint smile, "Young master, what do you think of Tianrui's tea skills?" Jiang Changkong held the teacup and looked cold. "Are you not going to play anymore? Are you going to show your cards?" "Young master, we still have to play this game. Tianrui has everything you want." Hua Tianrui giggled. Compared to before, she was a little more charming. Chapter 293. Do you know what I want? Jiang Changkong sneered. "I'm afraid you can't give me what I want." The world is bustling for profit. The world is bustling for profit. Aren't you all here for profit? Hua Tianrui stood up and walked to the edge of the pavilion. Once, this was a grand kingdom of flowers. What you see is just a corner of it. Do you want to say that you have the treasure of this kingdom? Jiang Changkong asked lightly. Yes, I have the supreme treasure of this kingdom, a treasure that can make the starry sky tremble. Hua Tianrui's body glowed with holy light. She raised her hand slightly, and the blooming petals fell off and flew up. The flying petals gathered together, forming a colorful petal, and fell on her palm. Is this an illusion you created? Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. I have to admit that you are very strong. I can't see any flaws. It's not an illusion, but a dream. Hua Tianrui held the petal and put it in Jiang Changkong's palm. It's a little secret method to bring the fragrance of flowers into dreams. Get straight to the point. What's your purpose? Jiang Changkong said calmly. I'll show you something first. Hua Tianrui said indifferently, and the surrounding scene changed. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. She was standing in the starry sky. Although it was a dream, this method was also powerful. In the starry sky, there were thousands of stars and endless star arrays. He could even see the lines of those star arrays very clearly. Countless figures and beasts were fighting with each other. In the battle of the starry sky, these people were at least high-ranking warriors. In the Boundless killing array, there was a warrior as tall as 100 feet who could shatter the starry sky with one punch. There was a warrior who could shatter the stars with the Boundless killing array. Thousands of petals drifted by, killing people silently, and thousands of petals gathered and turned into a person. Hua Tianrui. In the battle of the starry sky, she killed a group of high-ranking warriors with a wave of her hand. She was definitely a top warrior. Jiang Changkong saw several star warriors killed easily by the petals. Behind Hua Tianrui there was a huge star. Inside the star there were endless flowers, a world of flowers. As the fragrance spread out, the cultivators fighting on the battlefield stopped and entered the star. The flowers turned into demonic little trees that sucked the martial artists into dried corpses and threw them into the starry sky. A dark green pearl was formed. "What you took is my fertilizer," Hua Tianrui said faintly. Jiang Changkong touched his spatial ring. "Your fertilizer is really expensive." What followed was an even stronger battle, a bitter slaughter. Hua Tianrui met an expert of the same level as him. He did not know him, but these warriors all had the ability to explode stars. As for Hua Tianrui, she also had it in her heyday. She had even sucked a martial artist of the same level as her into a dried corpse. But in the end, she had been besieged by the other martial artists, and her star had been shattered. Hua Tianrui also died, her body buried in the sea of flowers. After an unknown period of time, the entire starry sky belt trembled as boundless starlight sprinkled down. Hua Hai brought her corpse down to the void realm. The images stopped there. Back then, you were indeed very strong. However, didn't you die in that battle? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. Could it be that, like Battle Palace, Hua Tianrui was also a fake corpse? "Don't use your soul power to probe," Hua Tianrui said faintly. Jiang Changkong was not embarrassed. He put away the spirit-controlling art. "This dream is really real. Look at your two companions," Hua Tianrui said indifferently. Hua Tianrui said indifferently, and the scene in front of her changed again. Jiang Jiuqiao and Lu Bing, two spaces. In front of the two of them, there was a mountain of star crystals. "It's fake, right?" Jiang Changkong curled his lips and said, "It's just a dream." "Really?" Jiang Changkong was a little confused because Hua Tianrui took out a star crystal. "Essence, Qi, and Spirit, 10,000. Do you want to withdraw it?" She was so King rich. 10,000. Star Dao level, top-notch star crystal, low grade, 10th grade. Jiang Jiuqiao and Lu Bing were frantically digging star crystals and putting them into their spatial equipment. Wasn't this a dream? Why were there real star crystals? Could it be that even his upgrade ability could be deceived? You can tell at a glance that it's real. Your eyes are really good. Hua Tianrui put her hand on Jiang Changkong's chest and appeared seductive again. "Now you can have everything." "Really?" Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Of course, but you have to make a choice. Me or star crystals." Hua Tianrui gently exhaled, and her warm breath fell on Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong hesitated and said, "Can I add flower fertilizer?" "Where do you want to put the flower fertilizer?" Hua Tianrui smiled. Jiang Changkong was a little hesitant and said, "Just add it to star crystals." "Okay." A green bead appeared in Hua Tianrui's hand again. Her essence, Qi, and Spirit were also 10,000. "With me, you will have everything in the Flower Sea Kingdom, endless flower fertilizer and star crystals. Even a child can choose this kind of choice." Jiang Changkong smiled and put his right hand on Hua Tianrui. Hua Tianrui smiled, but there was a cold light in her eyes. Boom! Roar! The golden red light suddenly burst out, and the 8 power patterns roared at the same time. They turned into an invisible force and rushed to Hua Tianrui. Boom! The invisible force fell, and Hua Tianrui directly exploded. The star crystals and the green bead rolled down and fell into Jiang Changkong's hand. Of course, a man should choose star crystals and flower fertilizer. Jiang Changkong looked calm. He grabbed the two things and looked at the exploded Hua Tianrui. "There are no flaws, but you didn't directly fight with us from beginning to end. This proves one thing. If you fight with force, you may not be able to defeat us." The exploded Hua Tianrui looked cold. "Power pattern, celestial body. Are you his successor?" At the center of Jiang Changkong's brows, the hidden star rune automatically appeared. You are really an old monster. Were you also a god when you were alive? It's a pity that you are far inferior to him." In Jiang Changkong's mind, the figure of the power pattern in the battle palace appeared. At least, Jiang Changkong did not have the courage to face that person now. As for Hua Tianrui, if his guess was correct, he might be able to fight her. He should be dead. How can you have his mark? Hua Tianrui's eyes were cold. You will know when you go to the Yellow Spring and ask him. Jiang Changkong sneered. The golden red light shone brightly, and the power pattern's celestial body was activated. The invisible force swept in all directions. Let's see how much of his ability you have inherited. Hua Tianrui's eyes narrowed. The petals around her danced, bursting with endless killing intent. Rumble. The invisible force collided with the petals, and there were traces of cracks in the surrounding space. Jiang Changkong's expression changed, and he retreated. Hua Tianrui's strength was far beyond his expectations. It turns out that you only have his mark, but you have not learned his inheritance. A trace of coldness flashed in Hua Tianrui's eyes. The sea of flowers shook and countless petals fluttered. In this case, there is no need to keep you alive. Really? Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. The golden red light dimmed, and in an instant it turned into the invisible, God-controlling incantation. Now you should be in the state of soul, right? The God-controlling incantation surged, turned into a sharp sword, and slashed at Hua Tianrui. Stupid! Hua Tianrui's eyes bloomed with a strange, colorful light. The petals gathered and let the God-controlling incantation fall. Rumble! Wherever the God-controlling incantation passed, the space was completely shattered. The sea of flowers dissipated, the pavilion disappeared, and the endless darkness came again. Hua Tianrui also disappeared. In the room, Jiang Changkong suddenly opened his eyes. He was still in the room, and Jiang Juqiao and Lu Bing fell to the ground. I wonder if Hua Tianrui is dead. How can I save these two people? Jiang Changkong frowned. He could only try with the God-controlling incantation. The majestic power poured into the two people's bodies and went straight into their souls. The scene in front of Jiang Changkong changed, and he stepped into their dreams. Jiang Juqiao and Lu Bing were still digging star crystals. There was no change, which made him feel strange. Hua Tianrui did not attack them. Chapter 294. Changkong, come here. There are so many star crystals. Jiang Juqiao hurriedly greeted him when he saw him. Jiang Changkong looked at the star crystals. They were all fake. He activated the soul governing art with all his might. Suddenly, the space shattered and the star crystals dissipated. Jiang Juqiao woke up with a start. On the other side, Lu Bing was vigilant when she saw him. Jiang Changkong, these star crystals are mine. I won't fight with you. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and shattered the space. After doing all this, the soul-governing art retreated. The two of them woke up one after another and looked around, a little confused. What's going on? Jiang Juqiao frowned. Lu Bing's expression changed slightly. Are we in an illusion? Is it because of the powder just now? It's the two sisters. Did you see them just now? Jiang Changkong frowned. No. The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Jiang Juqiao hurriedly asked, What did you see? The two sisters? I only met Hua Tianrui. I didn't see the other one. She's very strong. Jiang Changkong looked a little serious. When we were fighting, the dream was shattered. I don't know if she's dead or not. Lu Bing's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Juqiao's face darkened. What should we do now? The killing array outside seems to have not stopped. We can't get out. I need to rest. Lu Bing frowned. Jiang Changkong looked out of the window. Let's rest first. We'll go out when the killing array stops. Okay. Jiang Juqiao sighed and said, "Why are my old arms and legs so unlucky?" They had entered the territory of two monsters in a relic at the early or middle stage of the star system. Jiang Changkong sat cross-legged and activated the soul-governing art. His force-pattern astral form might not be able to restrain Hua Tianruwei. Blood qi could restrain yin and evil, but this old monster had too many tricks. He could try using the soul-governing art. He didn't know if the soul-stabilizing tree could swallow these two old monsters. He didn't think Hua Tianruwei was dead. This kind of monster wouldn't die so easily. However, through yesterday's fight, he was sure that Hua Tianruwei was stronger than him in terms of strength alone, but there was a limit to her strength. He should be able to suppress her with the 3 stars. Outside, the killing formation of the Sea of Flowers was still going on. Occasionally, the window would be knocked open, but no one could enter. After cultivating for an unknown period of time, the commotion outside finally stopped. Jiang Juqiao and Lu Bing opened their eyes one after another. "Shall we go out now?" "Get out." Jiang Changkong first used the Imperial Spirit Art to check the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he opened the door and walked out. Ding dong! The sound of the zither rang out again, coming from the pavilion. The 3 of them walked over quickly. Hua Tianruwei was playing the zither lightly. When she saw them coming, she stopped. "Did the 3 of you sleep well last night?" Hua Tianruwei asked with a smile. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. Was he pretending not to know anything? Thinking of this, he said, "I didn't sleep very well. A wild fox howled too much." Bang! With a dull thud, a figure fell behind the 3 of them and climbed up with great difficulty. "Jin Guangshuan, how are you?" Lu Bing helped the figure up and frowned. "How did you get hurt so badly? Where are the others?" Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes. Jin Guangshuan was very weak. The killing formation last night had seriously injured him. The others are all dead. Jin Guangshuan's expression was ugly. He stared at Hua Tianruwei coldly. "You're behind all this. Tianruwei has already reminded you," Hua Tianruwei said calmly. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. "Miss Tianruwei, why don't I see Sister Tianluo?" "Tianluo is not feeling well and is resting," Hua Tianruwei said faintly. "It's already peaceful outside. If you want to leave, you can leave now." Jiang Changkong frowned. Was it that simple to let them leave? He glanced at Jin Guangshuan. The fact that he could come back from the killing formation either meant that the power of the killing formation was not strong, or it was deliberately released. "Let's go." Lu Bing supported Jin Guangshuan. "Let's leave here first." "Changkong, let's leave too," Jiang Juqiao whispered. He was keenly aware that some of the floorboards below were disappearing. Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, let's go." Then he was about to leave. Hua Tianruwei looked calm, as if she really didn't have any thoughts and knew nothing about what happened yesterday. Jin Guangshuan didn't say anything. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't dare to provoke her again. They walked in the Sea of Flowers. In the pavilion, the sound of the guqin sounded again. Boom! The petals shot into the sky, the Sea of Flowers shook, and the killing formation was activated again. The flowers around them turned into demonic small trees. The sound of the guqin stopped. The petals in the sky condensed into the shape of a human, Hua Tianruwei. They only felt their vision blur, and the scenery around them changed. Everyone disappeared, leaving only Jiang Changkong and Hua Tianruwei standing in the Sea of Flowers. "You really won't let us go." Jiang Changkong looked indifferent. The star power of the spirit-controlling art had spread out, but it was still an illusion. Is this a dream or an illusion? Who can tell the difference between a dream and an illusion? Hua Tianruwei walked slowly to him. "Isn't it good to stay? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Changkong's eyes were cold, and the spirit-controlling art covered the sky and earth. Since you've already shown your cards, why are you still talking nonsense? If you like flower fertilizer, I can give it to you. Hua Tianrui turned into thousands of petals, avoided the spirit-controlling art, and gathered again. The supreme treasure of the Flower Sea Kingdom is right in front of you. Aren't you tempted? You mean you? Jiang Chongkong was slightly surprised. With me, you can have the entire Flower Sea Kingdom. Hua Tianrui stepped on the flowers. I can help you make the stars bloom, make the galaxy bloom with strange flowers, and make the entire starry sky bloom for you and me. Jiang Chongkong looked at her expressionlessly. You're not as beautiful as flower fertilizer and star crystals. Hua Tianrui, is there something wrong with your brain? As long as you stay with me for 3 years, I will make you let down your guard and give you everything in the Flower Sea Kingdom. Hua Tianrui spoke again. Jiang Chongkong looked indifferent, and the spirit-controlling art swept out. I like flower fertilizer, not flowers. Boom! The void shattered again, and Hua Tianrui disappeared, and Jiang Chongkong appeared in the demonic sea of trees. Jiang Zhuqiao and the others were resisting the attacks of the demonic trees. Chongkong, wake up, I can't protect you anymore. Jiang Zhuqiao gritted his teeth. A branch was rushing towards Jiang Chongkong. Get out of here. Jiang Chongkong shouted coldly, and the branch exploded. Although he couldn't control Hua Tianrui, he could control the small trees. Rumble. Jin Guangshuan's astral power was so strong that the plants around him were blown away. It was earth-shattering. Lu Bing's sword qi froze the demonic trees. Jiang Zhuqiao surged with a monstrous sea of fire, burning everything. The 3 star warriors displayed their own abilities. In the air, petals danced, and Hua Tianrui's figure appeared, standing high in the sky, looking at them indifferently. We shouldn't have come to the Sea of Flowers. We should have fought in the pavilion. Jiang Zhuqiao looked pale. The monstrous sea of fire couldn't burn the small trees, but could only block them. It's useless. Even in the pavilion, we can't really avoid this killing array. Jiang Chongkong's eyes opened and closed. The spirit-controlling art turned into a sharp sword and slashed at Hua Tianrui. If we fight there, I don't know how many tricks we will face. As soon as he finished speaking, the pavilion in the distance disappeared as if they never existed. Chapter 295. Rumble. The sapling trembled as its branches tore through the air towards Jiang Chongkong. Hua Tianrui in the sky finally stopped hiding. She raised her hand, and hundreds of flowers bloomed behind her. 100 flowers kill. Boom! The 2 palms collided. It wasn't star power, but soul energy. It carried the petals and rushed into the void. Jiang Chongkong's body plummeted from the impact of the terrifying energy. The demonic tree behind him was like a sharp blade that enveloped him. Boom! The mighty star power vibrated. The force print celestial body and the Tai Chi celestial body were activated at the same time. The invisible force, the Tai Chi celestial body, and the evil branches changed direction and rushed towards Hua Tianrui. Interesting. Hua Tianrui's eyes froze. The branches stopped in the void. Rumble. The earth trembled as one demonic little tree after another grew rapidly. Their branches grew wildly and extended, covering the sky and the earth. Jiang Zhuqiao and the other 2 also flew into the air. The mighty star power swept in all directions to resist the evil small trees. The 3 of them moved in the void to avoid the branches. Chongkong, these trees aren't afraid of fire and metal. Jiang Zhuqiao looked sullen. These trees were only afraid when Jiang Chongkong used the force print celestial body, and then they attacked even more crazily. Jiang Chongkong looked around. The branches were forming a net, trying to trap them in the net. And Hua Tianrui was the one controlling all this. Jin Guangshuan flew into the air. Jiang Changkong, let's put our grudges aside for now. Let's get through this first. Okay, the key to everything lies with Hua Tianrui. Jiang Changkong looked serious. Try your best to hold these trees back. Okay, the three replied at the same time. After the conversation, Jiang Changkong's body surged with monstrous qi and blood, forming a star array. Half of his body was invisible. The god-reigning art. The Tai Chi, celestial body in the middle moved. 3 celestial bodies, I like you more and more. Hua Tianrui's eyes were filled with a strange light. Hundreds of flowers flowed around her, and thousands of flowers bloomed. 1,000 Flowers Guide. Jiang Changkong clenched his right fist and turned his left hand into a palm with the power of the god-reigning art. Boom! The 4 palms collided. The Tai Chi manifested, and 50% of the power was reversed. Boom! Hua Tianrui trembled. Half of her body cracked and healed in an instant. The astral power of the soul-governing art surged into his body, and a palm-sized figure dashed out. Jiang Changkong frowned. The tree branch below him attacked again. Jiang Changkong pressed his palm down, and the star array condensed by his blood qi pressed down. Rumble. The tree branch collided with the star array. The void trembled, and the terrifying power dissipated. In the sky, Hua Tianrui's body stiffened. She turned into thousands of petals and fell to the void. It's over. Jiang Juqiao and the others were overjoyed. Even the little tree came to a stop. Jiang Changkong frowned. He felt that it was too easy. Boom! The falling petals trembled and gathered together again, turning into a stamen. You are very strong. You are the strongest among those who came here. Jiang Changkong's eyes were cold. Your soul should have been shattered. Can you still resurrect? Stay here and I'll tell you. Hua Tianrui smiled faintly and attacked again. 10,000 flowers returned to origin. 10,000 flowers followed, and its power skyrocketed. Kill! His palms fell again, and the soul-governing art surged in. An invisible force fell. However, this time Hua Tianrui was prepared. The petals trembled and weakened the soul-governing art and the invisible force. The 10,000 flowers returned to origin also became gentle, but it could only offset 40% of the force. As expected of an old monster, Jiang Changkong said coldly. Hua Tianrui had already figured out his ability. Although she was not afraid, she could not easily destroy her body like before. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Hua Tianrui smiled and slammed her palm down. You think too much, Jiaoyang. The power lines dissipated, and the holy sun shone. The holy sun, celestial body. The blazing sun blade was warm. Under the light, the demonic tree below was restrained, and Jiang Juqiao and the others were a little more relaxed. The 4th celestial body. Hua Tianrui was shocked. I must keep you here. Aren't you afraid of breaking your old teeth? Jiang Changkong snorted and slashed down with the blazing sun blade. Boom! This time, Hua Tianrui's body exploded again. Jiang Changkong's soul-governing art surged like a tide, found the weak soul figure, and directly crushed it. After doing all this, Jiang Changkong's soul-governing art covered the whole area. He wanted to see how this Hua Tianrui could not die. Buzz! Everything shook, and petals flew in the distance. A little soul energy gathered, fused with the petals, and condensed into a human form again. Hua Tianrui's expression was indifferent. As long as the sea of flowers is not destroyed, I will not die. Master, do you see it clearly? Damn it, Jiang Changkong, are you done? We can't hold on any longer, Jin Guangshuan roared. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. You are incomplete, so it is impossible for you to fuse with this formation. It should be part of your soul, right? Stay here obediently. This is the best place for you. Thousands of flowers bloomed around Hua Tianrui, and each petal was full of pure killing intent. You can't keep me here. Jiang Changkong raised his palm, and the holy sun condensed. With your strength, you can only activate a small part of the killing formation. You can't activate the whole killing formation. Get out of the way. The holy sun fell, but its target was not Hua Tianrui but the ground. Hua Tianrui's expression changed. Thousands of petals gathered, and the branches of the demonic tree danced, whipping the holy sun. Do you care about this formation? If it was the whole formation, we would be at your mercy, but this small area. Jiang Changkong sneered. The holy sun burst, and the sunset glow covered the sky. The sunset glow blade cut the ground. Everyone, break the formation. Okay. The three of them attacked at the same time, cutting the ground. The sea of fire, golden light, ice, and sunset glow bombarded the ground at the same time. Boom! The trees shook, and countless roots broke out of the ground to block these forces. The sunset glow blade cut the roots, and the demonic tree trembled. Many trees collapsed and disappeared. No green beads rolled down, only a little light that disappeared. Die! Hua Tianrui's expression was cold, and her mighty power pressed down. You are still no match for me, Jiang Changkong shouted coldly. The three killing moves of Tai Chi, Holy Sun, and God-reigning art flooded Hua Tianrui. With a bang, Hua Tianrui exploded again. The small tree on the ground shook, and the star formation pattern bloomed with demonic light, making the demonic tree even more crazy. Kill! The power of Jiang Changkong's holy sun and the power of the force pattern surged down, directly smashing a tree and burning it to ashes. Hua Tianrui did not resurrect again. This time, it seemed that she was really dead. Without Hua Tianrui to control the demonic small number, its power was immediately reduced. The disaster burned, the cold star power shattered, and the gold was torn. The small trees dissipated one by one, and one of the star formation patterns finally broke. The ground cracked, and all kinds of lights bloomed. Star crystal, it's star crystal! Lu Bing shouted excitedly. Jin Guangshuan and Zhang Zhouqiao were shocked. They are all at the 8th stage. So many. Jiang Changkong glanced at them. They were all real star crystals, and they all had essence, qi, and spirit. Jin Guangshuan suddenly burst out a tyrannical power, pushing back Jiang Changkong and the other two. What do you want? Zhang Zhouqiao's expression changed. This has nothing to do with you. Jin Guangshuan's eyes were cold, and the power of the mid-stage star-body realm suppressed Jiang Changkong and Zhang Zhouqiao. You are not weakened. Jiang Changkong's face darkened, and Lu Bing's face also became gloomy. Jin Guangshuan sneered. How can I not prepare for entering the relic? Okay, they are all yours. Uncle Zhouqiao, let's go. Jiang Changkong pulled Zhang Zhouqiao and was about to leave. Jin Guangshuan was crazy. The sea of flowers outside hadn't dissipated yet. Let's let you die first.